Welcome in, guys. Should have all the streams live. Let me double check, make sure everything's working. I gotta change the chat real quick. Shoot, on my Stream Labs feed. Hold on. Weird, Streamlabs is not showing my chat. Welcome in, those guys. Give me a second to fix up Streamlabs. The Streamlabs chat right now is whack. Give me just a second. We're gonna have I don't know why my audio is doubling either. This happened yesterday for some reason at the beginning of the stream, then it went away. It's really weird. So weird that we get an audio doubling. Let me restart my headphones. All right, well, we'll see if that takes care of the audio. My headphones should be back on. I'm gonna wait a second and see if my audio doubling is still doubling. There's always a new problem. You know what I mean? Like, it's never... Things can't just work. Anyways, I think the audio is working the way it's supposed to at the moment, so I think we're good to go there. Actually, I forgot what I was doing. Yeah, I was going to adjust a chat real quick on... There we go. Now I can see everyone's comments. Sorry, guys, I had to adjust the chat real quick so that I can see all the YouTube comments that were on stream. Now we're good to go. I can see everyone's comments, and we should be ready to open up the guest boxes. Video Ninja is open. If you're on YouTube, there's a link to join the discussion in the description of the video. If you're on TikTok, you already know how to join the discussion. You just have to hit that join button, that guest request button. And to the nameless person in the comments that's spamming, you got served, bro. It's okay if your brain is too tiny to comprehend what happened during that conversation, but there's no spamming in this chat, so if you want to get served, you're welcome to get into the guest box and see how far you can get. I guess you don't have the courage for it. If I had to guess, you don't have the courage to last even 2 minutes in the guest box. All right, let me grab our first guest. And guys, welcome in. Dexter, thank you so much for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships right off the rip. Let me get my screen loaded real quick. 1 second. I almost got everything set up and ready. There we go. Now Super Chats will work. And Dexter, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Very generous. And big W to Ed as well, gifting out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Very generous, guys. I really appreciate that. Everyone who's got a Deconstruction Zone... Oh, I see the problem here. Why my audio was doubling. I got to disconnect my phone. There we go. There we go. Cool. Yeah, everyone who's got a Deconstruction Zone membership on the elite level on YouTube's got access to the cheat sheet. And Jay Cow, thank you so much for the super chat and the heads up saying that the YouTube is good. I appreciate that. I suspect the audio should be fixed now. I think my phone was interfering. And Chris, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, is it true that Doug is the brute fact that substantiates causality and logic? It is true. Doug, Sharon Stone, and Rocky, they are a triad. And Baz, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, it's past midnight, so I'll have to catch the replay tomorrow, but technically it's still Sunday, so I must render unto Doug what is Doug's. Happy cooking. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Baz. Thank you for supporting the channel. And praise Doug. Let's get our first guest in here.
Hello.
Welcome in, Asus. How you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. How about you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yeah, and I was wondering, why'd you say God's fictional?
Because you can't demonstrate that God exists outside of your imagination. Can
So,
you?
what is God?
I mean, unless I'm wrong, can you demonstrate that God exists?
I'll try my best, but just to agree on terms, what is God?
Well, God is typically some kind of a creator entity that is responsible for bringing all things into existence, something like that.
Yeah, so we can just say like a ultimate being that created the universe, basically.
Although I would say in most models, God is typically also like a mind, like he thinks and has emotions and things like that. Does that still fit your conception?
Yeah, of course, God has a mind. God has thoughts, and I'd say by definition would be an ultimate being.
Cool.
Greatest thing conceivable, I guess, and might be a bit unrelated, but I guess I'd say something that necessarily exists is greater than something that does not necessarily exist.
Why's
So,
that?
sorry?
I mean, you're saying that something that necessarily exists is greater than something that isn't existing just by necessity?
That does not necessarily exist.
I mean, do you exist?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you exist just out of necessity, or is it just happens to be the case that you do exist?
I guess, but if we're talking necessity of supposition, I guess in that sense, yeah, but like, I wouldn't have to exist in all possible worlds. But when we talk about something that actually does exist inside of reality, of course, it has been actualized. It has the property of being real, let's say.
All right. Well, I think you and I have the property of being real, but I don't think that your God does. So, what'd be the argument that would
Yeah.
lead me to believe that God is real?
Yeah, so like of course we can see what we think on this one and stuff like that, but of course, I would say that something that necessarily exists or exists in reality is greater than something that does not necessarily exist. So if God, what's it called, exists only as an idea in the mind, then we can conceive of something greater than God, but we cannot conceive of something greater than God. So if God exists inside of the mind, then God exists in reality.
Oh, that's
So
not
God
true.
exists inside of
I
so
can
God exists
I
inside.
can think of
So God,
unicorns, but doesn't mean unicorns exist.
yeah. So how is that analogous?
It's not analogous. It's just a statement of fact. Just because you can think of
What
something doesn't mean that the thing that you think of is true.
that wasn't my point. And the thing is it has in order for you to bring up the unicorn point, it would have to be analogous. If you're saying it's not analogous, then it's not really relevant to the discussion.
I don't think you would know what the word analogous means. Analogous is when an analogy is mapping onto the thing that it's supposed to be analogizing. I'm not using an analogy. I'm just making a statement of fact, which is that just because you
Yeah.
can conceive of something doesn't mean that the thing that you can conceive of exists.
Yeah, but if like we're agreeing on a definition of God, which is the greatest thing conceivable, if the greatest thing conceivable exists only as an idea in a mind and doesn't exist outside of it, it generates a sort of contradiction
What's the
because we
contradiction?
can the contradiction is that we can imagine something greater than the greatest thing to ever exist.
It's not a contradiction. Where's the P and not P?
There is a P and not P, which would follow from maybe a premise too that something that exists in reality is greater than something that does not.
You haven't really said anything. Where's the contradiction in believing in something or not believing in something? These are just mental states.
I just told you.
I don't think you did.
Yeah, because like we said, the greatest thing, if we say that the greatest thing conceivable can only exist as an idea in a mind, then we can conceive something greater than the greatest thing. Because even if we look at premise two, or my second premise, something
I didn't
that
even hear
does,
premise number one yet. Also, Chet, thank you so much for the hands up. Big W, Chet. And for the
well, I
cake.
can give you, would you like me to say them all again or?
We'll start at premise number one.
Yeah, so premise one would just be defining what God is. So God is
Well,
the like
definitions aren't premises.
yeah, so in the first premise we're going to like elaborate on what God is. So I'll say the first premise, which is God is the greatest thing conceivable as he's an ultimate being by what we agreed on by definition.
Yeah, but there's no definition strictly of like what God is. We're just going by your definition. So I agree. Like if you want to say God is the greatest conceivable being, then yeah, I can agree to that premise. The question is not can you
Yes.
conceive of it. The question is whether or not it's real.
Okay, that's fine. So you've agreed to premise one. So premise two would be something that necessarily exists in reality is greater than something that does not.
No.
So you disagree with that?
Existing by necessity has nothing to do with whether or not something is greater than something else.
Yeah, so what does the term greater mean to you?
Like typically we would give it attributes like more powerful or having a different set of capabilities. So like
Okay.
if I was greater, I would say my qualities would be more complete. Like I would be all of something rather than just part of it.
Okay. Okay, so when we talk about greatness, we can understand that in a form of completion, basically. Is that what you're saying?
I think that's not a terrible way to say it, right?
That's fair enough. So if we look at something that does not necessarily exist in contrast to the idea of something that does necessarily exist, we can see that the thing that necessarily exists would be more complete than the thing that doesn't.
No, that's not
Because
true.
why is that not true?
Why would it be more complete just because it exists by necessity? Do you like? I don't know if you know what
You
that
can't
if that
really
phrase
answer a question.
means.
You can't answer a question with a question because you just made a claim.
I
So what
did,
would you be
and I just did
evidence?
it. I don't think you know what it means to exist by necessity. What do you think that means?
Yes. So do you mind answering the question I asked?
I don't even know what the question you asked anymore. Do you
Right.
know what the phrase
So do you
means
want me
to
to?
exist by
Would you like me
necessity?
to
Because I
repeat?
don't think you and I are
Would,
using the same meaning of that phrase.
would you like me to repeat my question so you understand?
I want you to actually define what you mean by existing by necessity, because you and I obviously have different definitions.
Yeah. So when we talk about something existing by necessity or something that exists in reality, in contrast to something that doesn't, we can define necessity as something that has to be the case. We can say.
Right, exactly. Something that has to be the case because like it couldn't be another way means that it exists by necessity. But it doesn't mean that it is more powerful. We could find something in the universe that exists by necessity without that thing being the most powerful entity. Like
Yeah. So
we
can
could
you
say
prove
dark
that?
energy exists by necessity.
Can you explain how that's the case, or
Yeah, because it exists by necessity. We could say that even if we don't have
yeah? How do
evidence
you
for
prove that?
dark energy must exist by necessity, or else everything else falls apart. But that doesn't mean that dark energy
Can you
is
prove
a
that?
god or a most powerful thing in the universe.
Can you prove that claim, or
It's just a definition. It's not something that needs proven.
so you said we can say dark energy is necessary.
No, I'm giving you an example. I'm saying that if we have dark energy as something that exists necessarily, even though we don't have like direct evidence of it, although I think there is, but if we assume that it only exists by necessity, that doesn't mean that dark energy is the most powerful thing in the world.
But that's an assumption. You're assuming dark energy is the most is necessary in that example. That doesn't really have much to do with my point.
No, my point is that
Because by
things can exist by necessity. There are lots of things that are existing by necessity. That doesn't make them gods.
there can't be loads of necessary beings existing.
I didn't say beings.
You said things or
I said things.
loads
Yeah.
of- yeah, so a being is a thing that exists by my like that's what I
Right.
mean when I say
Yeah,
a
beings are
being.
things, and not all things are beings.
I'm saying what like my definition of being is a thing that exists. That's what I meant. But even if you say thing, there can't be multiple things that are necessary that exist.
Yes, there can. There can be multiple things that are necessary for existence.
Because
Yes, there can.
I'll explain to you why that wouldn't be the case, and we can hopefully get back to the premise. So, of course, like when we talk about a necessary
How often
being,
do you have these conversations?
I think that's a bit irrelevant.
I think it's really relevant. I'm actually really curious how often you do this. Please tell me you don't do this often.
That's irrelevant. So I'll explain the other point I was talking about. So we couldn't have loads of necessary beings that exist or things that
I didn't
exist.
say necessary beings.
I said all things.
I said things, not beings.
Yeah, I said all things. So if you
Cool.
didn't say beings, that's fine. So the point is that
the point is something being necessary doesn't mean that it's God.
Yeah, just so I can I'll just finish in a sec. So the point is that cool. So if we had multiple necessary things, like there would be multiple purely actual beings that exist, and they would all have to be distinct in some way.
You keep going back to beings.
Can I please finish, please?
Not if you keep contradicting yourself. We're not talking about beings yet. We're talking about anything that is necessary. And something necessary doesn't necessitate a being.
Yeah, just let me finish real quick and you probably understand. So the problem with saying that there can be multiple necessary things is that a necessary thing would be purely actual.
It doesn't. We've already covered this. Something being necessary doesn't mean that it's perfect.
Am I allowed to finish?
No.
So I'm not allowed to tell you my point in a debate?
No, I need you to literally stop going back to talking points that we just talked about 5 minutes ago.
You've not let me finish my talking.
It's because you're ridiculous. You're ridiculous and you're annoying.
Yeah, you can feel annoyed, but if you're here for a conversation, it's better to let people finish.
What I want you to do is address the points that we already talked about and not go back to them
I'm pretend trying to tell you.
We literally just talked about this. Something existing by necessity doesn't necessitate that it's a being, and it doesn't necessitate that it's all powerful.
Yeah, so
it doesn't.
We can talk about.
It doesn't even fit the definition.
All right, can we address the point that there can be multiple necessary things? Because that's what I'm trying to
go for it.
Respond to, but you're not letting me. So the point is that these all of these necessary things would have to lack something that the others don't in order to be distinct.
Why?
Well, in order for a thing to be distinct from another thing, it has to lack identity to that thing. Do you agree?
Identity has nothing to do with like powerfulness or completeness.
It has to do with you saying there can be multiple necessary things existing.
There can be,
yeah, so the point is that these multiple necessary things in your example would lack something to make them distinct from one another, and they wouldn't be purely actual. And necessary.
Literally the quite opposite of that. They literally are distinct from each other. That's why there are multiple necessary things, because they are distinct from each other.
Yeah, a necessary being possesses all perfections and is purely actual, like I've said. So if there's multiple necessary beings, they
again, we're not talking about beings. I don't know why you keep going back to beings. If
what do you define?
I'll make you a deal. If you say beings one more time during our conversation of necessity, I'm just going to boot you.
You can boot me whenever you like.
Okay, so we're not talking about beings. We're talking about just anything at all that is.
What is that word? What is that word? What does that word mean to you when I say that? Like, maybe there's a misunderstanding here.
A being is sentient.
That's not what being means.
Yes, a being is
That's
sentient.
not what being. That's not what being means.
You're literally ruining words right now. You're talking about
Who defines
you're
being as a sentient?
we're talking about beings, nouns, things that have being are sentient. That is different
That's not true.
that is different from something that is being. Being
That's
is
not true.
being is a verb. A being is a sentient entity.
That's not true. A being is not sentient by definition. There are beings that are sentient, I agree, but a being by virtue of being a being is not to be sentient. So a being, like by like what I'm defining it, is a thing that exists. That's simply what I mean when I say being. So I wasn't straw manning anything you've said.
Well,
so like I've said,
so everything in the world by your definition is a being, so it's lost all meaning.
how does that follow?
Because if a being is anything that exists, then the word is now useless.
How?
Because it's just now a thing. You conflated the word being with
How
thing.
does that mean the word's useless though?
Because we're talking about things and you're conflating them to be beings.
A being is a thing that exists by definition. Like
Then
whoever defined a
that's
being,
literally everything then. Just say thing.
Yeah, everything is a being. Everything has being. What's
Okay,
the point?
then just say thing, because in modern English, when we use the word being, like a being, we're typically referring to something that is alive and sentient.
Yeah, I've literally given you a syllogism. I'm trying to address this point, right, that you've said there can be multiple necessary things, so we can get back to the discussion and a syllogism. So the point is, multiple necessary things would be a problem because a necessary thing has to be purely actual, possess all perfections. But if
No, it
there's
does
multiple,
not.
can I finish? Can I finish, please? And then you can just respond.
Existing by necessity.
Let me just. Can I finish
No,
my
I'm
point, please?
fucking A. I'm not gonna let you word salad. Holy shit.
I'm not word salad, and I'm just trying to.
Something that exists by necessity by no means necessitates that it's pure act. And for everyone here who doesn't speak Philbro, being pure act just means that it's 100% complete, like a god. Something that exists by necessity doesn't have to be purely actual.
Yes, why not?
What's up, Jeff? You want part of this word salad?
Why not?
Salad.
Why does something necessarily existing mean that it doesn't have to be purely actual?
Why would it? Why would something existing by necessity?
You've made the claim. So
why would something existing by necessity require that it is the most powerful thing in existence? I'm just asking you a very easy question. It shouldn't be hard for you to answer.
Not answering my question.
The question is, why does something that exists by necessity, why does it have to be the most powerful entity?
Bro, you've just made the claim that it doesn't, so can you prove it?
No. Well, hold on. So just to be clear, right now you're saying that a necessary thing, and we're really equivocating on thing and being, so I'm just going to use thing, has to be purely actual and has to have all perfection. I don't think that follows. So can you provide an argument? Well, because I haven't seen an argument that shows that it follows. I'm unconvinced. I'm agnostic on whether it's required.
Yeah, that's fine. So of course you can figure it out from the host's explanation.
So what is the argument? Hold on. What is the argument that a necessary thing requires like 100, like whatever you said? I don't even know what like.
So am I talking to you now or the host?
Look, it's a simple question. I'm not even like making.
I'm just asking. Are we switching to you or the host?
You're clearly talking to a guy that's talking to you right now. You can cry about it all you want, but that's what's happening.
I'm just trying to understand, bro.
I think you do understand. You're just bitching.
With the conversation.
So what we're looking for, just to be clear, look, all the extra meta is just listen. Hold on. The extra meta is super boring for not just me and for Justin, and definitely for Danny. Danny, do you find it boring?
No.
Like
yes. His bitching
What we're
I thought you
looking.
said something else. Yes, of course his
Okay.
bitching is boring. Yes.
Okay. So just to make it entertaining, what we're looking for is some argument where the conclusion is that a necessary thing has to be all the attributes that you listed.
Yeah, can we agree on what a necessary thing is?
I would say necessary would be like the not contingent, meaning it exists in all possible worlds.
It exists in all possible worlds, so the point is that if it exists in all possible worlds, it would have to be, and you said it's not contingent, it would have to be the cause of all these contingent things.
No, like my brain is fuzzy. Danny, can you help me out with some
What do
Phil
you
Bro
mean
stuff real
no?
quick? Hold on,
What do you
I'm
mean
talking to
no?
my buddy Danny. Hey, Danny, under determinism, aren't all things necessary in some sense?
That would be necessitarianism. Everything would be necessary, and determinism is implied by necessitarianism.
Okay.
But there could be still necessary things that are caused because it could be explained by that necessary thing could be explained by a other necessary thing, which would make it necessary. But
how does that follow? How can
It's just
multiple necessary things exist?
It's just a transitive thing.
there's no contradiction. There's no contradiction in saying multiple necessary things exist. Platonists believe.
I think there is, because
There's not.
like
Show me
So
the
now we have-
contradiction.
But now we have just to
there
be
is, because
look,
a necessary thing.
Hold on. I'm just giving a roadmap to the audience. What we have now is two claims. We have that necessary things require a set of attributes, and then we have that there is some P and not P implied by having multiple necessary things. So now we're in the whole two arguments by my count.
Yeah. So multiple necessary things, like I said to the host, exist in. The point is that a necessary thing would possess all perfections, and
Why?
That's what we want an argument for.
Where's the argument saying that a necessary thing has to be like perfect in all attributes possible?
Yeah, because it's uncaused. Like I think we agreed that it's not contingent. It exists in all possible worlds, and it has being that isn't received from another thing. So
But just being
it doesn't have
non-contingent
any-
doesn't mean that it possesses all qualities.
Yeah, why not?
Why would it? Give me the argument for it.
You've made an argument. You've made a point.
I'm asking you for the argument that leads me to your premise.
You make a self. You make a self.
So you've made a premise-based argument, and I don't see founding for one of your premises. And you can burden shift all you want, but it's not going to work here.
I'm not burden shifting.
This is very easy.
What I want you to do is support your premise. Your premise was that something that exists by necessity has to be perfect and complete in all possible attributes. Please support that premise.
Look, and I'll sweeten the pot. Look, I'll sweeten the deal for you. I have in my hand a set of AirPods, and in my metaphysical view, these AirPods exist in all possible worlds. They are necessary, right? They exist in every possible world. You are now begging the question against my view.
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, so I have a metaphysical view that these AirPods I have in my hand are necessary. They actually exist in all possible worlds. Any way that you calculate reality, we end up with these AirPods somewhere. They're necessary. So now you are begging the question against my view that these AirPods are necessary. I want the argument that shows that it's impossible for these AirPods to be necessary while something else is necessary.
Well, AirPods have parts, so they're contingent.
Yeah, but the existence. Hold on. Okay, you're confused. The contingency of the parts is irrelevant when I say that the AirPods. Hold on. I don't want you to get confused. In my metaphysical view, I'm calculating that in all possible worlds, no matter how everything shakes out, there will be AirPods here. You can say that everything that happened before the AirPods is also necessary. You can say that there's a brute contingency that causes these AirPods, whatever you want. But I just want an argument that shows that there's a contradiction with my AirPods.
Your first point, I just reject it because there's no problem of conceiving of a reality without AirPods, so they're clearly not necessary. So
they're not clearly not necessary.
Hold on.
Wait. He just used a conceivability principle. He said if I can conceive it not existing, then it's not necessary. But we can conceive of God not existing. So I guess
Can you prove that?
okay, go and give the argument.
You've
Wait,
just said you can
hold
conceive
on,
of God
hold
not
on, time
existing.
out. This is really, now this is sloppy because
It's
I
better
hold
just
on,
to. It's better than.
stop. I told you that I have a metaphysical view where these
Well,
AirPods.
Danny's just made the
Stop
point.
talking. I want you to stop. I'm going to show you where we are in the dialectic and why it's sloppy. I just told you that I have a metaphysical view where my AirPods are necessary, and you said you can conceive, and I said I want an argument that they're not necessary. And instead of providing that argument, you just said you can conceive of a view of a world where there's no AirPods. Great. Now Danny provided a parody argument, like he just used parody reasoning to do the same thing with God, and now you. While you
That wasn't my only point.
stop talking.
That was not my only point.
Stop talking. While you
My only
sidestepped
point.
your burden of giving an argument, you now want an argument for your God. So you see how that's sloppy?
Yeah. So that's not the only point I gave, because I also said that AirPods have parts, so they can't be necessary. That was one of the things I said, and I also.
That's just a claim, though. But that's just a claim.
Okay.
Yeah, you just make claims. You don't give very good arguments at all.
Yeah, you can feel that way, but you've made the claim that you can.
You know the difference between a claim and an argument?
Yeah.
Okay, when you said that things that have parts must be contingent, is that just a claim?
Well, do you want me to give do you
Well,
want
you
an
can go to answer the
argument?
question.
You
When
want
you-
to so you want an argument for?
Can you actually answer his question, or are you just going to pivot and burden shift all the time?
I'm trying to clarify.
So what we need for you is to actually answer questions when they're asked. Like we're answering your questions when you ask them.
You've
So
never answered my question.
Danny asked you like a really easy question. Are you capable of answering it?
You're not answering my questions. You just make assertions and then.
We're still waiting for
Okay, the
you to
question-
answer the last question that Danny just asked. That's where we're at in the dialectic. So rather than pivoting and moving on to something else, I'd like you to actually answer his question. If you don't remember what his question is because you were yapping, it's okay. We can repeat it.
Yeah, you've made me forget it. So do you mind?
Okay,
Okay,
go
so
ahead,
the question was right. So the question was when you said that only necessary that if something has parts, it has to be contingent, right? Was that just a claim? Since you know,
Give an argument for that if you want.
okay, give me the argument.
Yeah. So what's it called? If God is an ultimate being, then God possesses all perfections. If God possesses all perfections, then he cannot lack an attribute. If God cannot lack an attribute, then he cannot be made of parts. So we can conclude that.
Does
God
your
is-
definition include then that he has the attribute of being evil?
Well, evil is not an attribute.
Is good an attribute?
Evil is. Yeah, goodness is an attribute, but
What's the opposite
evil
of
is
good?
well, evil is a lack of good. So
It's an attribute. Like we call it, it's a description. It's an adjective. Now
No,
you're just
no.
picking. You're just picking and choosing what attributes you want.
no,
Because
evil is not an attribute.
if God is required to have all possible attributes, then we could literally just say that he has the attribute of being completely evil as well as completely good.
No,
Or we can just
because
redefine it and say actually the definition of good is the
No.
absence of evil.
No, because that assumes that evil has its own ontological nature, which it doesn't.
Well-
Evil is a lack of goodness.
Show me that goodness has ontological nature.
So when just so we can understand what goodness is, and when I use the word goodness, goodness is in reference to being. So being is goodness.
So
And
in your
lack of-
worldview, everything is being. Things are being, goodness are being. Do you have any definitions that aren't just conflating the word being?
I never said that thing and being are the same exact word, Like, of course, a thing is what is recognized by a system of ontology, and a being, when I use the word being, it's just a thing that exists.
Can I just make sure I understand what you're saying? Because I think there's a big equivocation happening. Another equivocation. I think there's a third one. But when you say, so you're saying that in your view, good is just existence?
Yeah, goodness is being.
So you don't know what
Okay.
good is. Cool.
So
Okay, so
when I say good, okay, so because it just seems like we're going to end up talking about two different things. So when I say good, I mean like an assessment of an action and it matches a specific direction of a goal. Like something is good if it matches like maybe some deontological sense of actions or some action that moves toward some like consequentialist notion, like that kind of good. Like it's a value judgment. You're saying that good is just like a predicate label that you've added that just by virtue of me existing, I'm good.
yeah, do you have a problem with how I use the word good or something?
No, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying like it's different from what we would like. Are you using this term good in a morality sense, or is this just like a niche version for your privation theory?
Sorry?
Are when you use the term good, right? Are you using it in a moral sense? Some sort of like, is there any normativity attached to that?
Yeah, there can, of course, like, you can use the term good in a moral sense,
But
but
when you say
of course,
good is being,
when we was talking about goodness a second ago, we're trying to understand what it means to be good, like, what is goodness?
and
So
so
my
you said
point,
goodness is
my,
being.
yeah, goodness is being, because if we was to define goodness, we could refer to it as, of course, something that's desirable or in reference to a degree of perfection. So goodness is being.
We could
And
talk about this, but
with the sorry, just a sec,
So,
guys.
but
we could
that's
wait. I want to interrupt you because we're kind of off the beaten path, right? We could talk about what's wrong with privation theory because privation theory doesn't make any sense, especially if we're tracking the typical semantics of good and evil. But going back, your argument actually didn't conclude that things with parts are contingent, right? You didn't actually conclude that wasn't the conclusion of your argument. So can you just give me an argument?
Well, the argument was that, of course, a necessary being has to be absolutely simple, so it wouldn't have parts.
Yeah,
So just a sec. So when the person was making the point about his AirPods being necessary, along with the fact that I can conceive of them not existing,
but that wasn't even your conclusion.
let me just finish, please. And
Yeah, you're
also,
rambling.
let me finish, please.
Yeah, you're rambling, racist.
Yeah, you can feel that way, but just let me
Okay,
finish.
so no, you're not going to finish, and here's why.
The conclusion of your
So
argument had God in
if
it,
you
not
don't let
necessarily
people,
give,
if you're not
right?
gonna let
No,
Yeah, thank you. The conclusion of your
I'm gonna
argument,
understand their
the
point.
conclusion of your argument
I
was
can't
about
understand
God.
people's
The
you're not letting
conclusion,
them
he's chronic. He's
finish. So you,
all right. Yeah, I don't know why he's insisting on talking when he's talking about irrelevant stuff. The conclusion of your argument was about God, not necessary
how is it
being. Right? Your assumption is that
how
for
is it
anything that's necessary is God, and everything that's God is necessary being. We're not taking that assumption.
so Danny, what do you define God as?
How do I use the term God?
I asked you, like, what is your definition of God?
Oh, when I use the term God, I'm talking about the one and only little g God that has power over our fortunes and nature, something like that.
Oh, so when you talk so you're defining God with God, basically.
No. There's I contrast big G God and little g God, and big G God is just the one and only little g God, right? So if you have little g,
What does God mean?
what is God? I just told you what I meant.
Definition of God, please.
Okay, big G God is the one and only little g God that has power over our fortunes and nature.
Yeah, that's not.
That's Graham Oppy's definition. And I think it's
Whose definition?
Graham Oppy's definition.
Who's Graham Oppy?
Well, he's just a very famous philosopher of religion.
Okay, so he just defines God as a being that has control over our.
No. If you want to use my terms, right, here's basically what it is. What contrasts polytheism and monotheism is that polytheists don't think there is a big G God, according to Oppy, right?
What does big G God mean?
Huh?
The one and only. So big G God's the one and only.
Right.
Is this the one and only being,
If
basically?
you were to take something like the Greek pantheon and kill all gods but Zeus, then he would be big G God because he's the only one. He's the only God, little G God.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to understand. Like you said something about you understanding God as a thing that has control over our fortune or something.
Yeah,
Or
control over nature and our fortunes. Like he sort of gets to decide whether, I live the next day.
so would this God by your definition be created or no?
Could be created.
Huh?
Could be.
Could be, did you say?
Yep.
Yeah, so I guess we're not really talking about the same thing.
Which is why I don't know why you asked for my definition of God.
Just so I can understand your position, so I know that whether we're talking about
A position
the same
on
thing or
how
not.
I use the term?
Well, you think God can be this created person that just has power over our fortune.
Well,
That's not
I don't know
that's
why
not
you're
the view
asking
I'm
me
defending.
how I use the
So,
terms, right? The point is that
so I know what you think. So, like when I'm using the term God, I'm talking about, of course, an ultimate, like a necessary being, so,
Yeah.
the greatest thing conceivable. So I can give you the argument I was giving the host
No,
before.
no,
if
no.
you want.
But remember, you were supposed to give an argument, and if something has parts, it's contingent,
I
right?
gave you the argument.
Your argument only concluded
I gave
something
you the
about
argument.
God. Hmm?
Wait, what? 1 second. I gave you the argument for why a necessary being can't have parts.
No, you gave an argument for why God can't have parts.
Yeah, God is a necessary being.
But not
Okay,
all
give me the argument
necessary
for why.
not all necessary beings are God. That's the point. That's the point I made
Yeah,
like
you
10
need,
minutes
you need to
ago.
start. You need to start proving these
So
things.
something
Or
being necessary doesn't mean it has to be a God.
why not?
Why would it?
Well, you need to actually prove your points.
No,
You
no, no,
just
no.
said the
You're-
Well,
points.
there's no contradiction. There's no contradiction in saying that the universe is necessary and is made of parts.
Yes, there is.
Where's the
Okay,
contradiction?
give me the contradiction.
Sorry.
Where's the
Give me the
contradiction?
contradiction.
The contradiction is that you'd be saying that a created thing is uncreated.
Well, we don't believe it was created. That's the first problem.
Yeah, you don't have to
Like
you
so
personally don't.
your
Can I
conclusion,
finish? May I finish?
your premise bakes in the conclusion. Christina, thank you for the love paint. I appreciate that. You're just giving circular arguments.
Yeah, the thing is that you don't have to believe or concede that the universe is created, but the point is that we along with other factors we can talk about the fact that the universe changes, and something that changes is not purely actual, so wouldn't fit the definition of the God in question. So saying that there's no
Why does
contradiction.
something that is changing not purely actual?
Because it has potency.
So
If you concede something changes, it has potency, so it has the capacity to receive some new.
God has no potency.
Let me finish, please.
Actually, I have an argument for why his God changed. His God can change.
His God
Yeah, so
probably does. Yeah.
well, one sec. So the point is that something that changes has, of course, potency. So it has the capacity to receive some sort of perfection, which would imply that it's not perfect, and it wouldn't be a necessary being, because a necessary being would have to be perfect.
We already covered this. Being necessary doesn't mean you're perfect.
Yeah, you need to prove
We
that.
did this 5 times.
You never proved it once. You just started asking.
Why would I have
You
to
started
prove
asking
it? It's your
questions.
claim. Your
You
claim
need
is
to
that
prove
necessary
it
beings are
because you made the
perfect.
point.
So
Hold on.
we'll go back to the beginning. I asked you 5 times. Where's the argument that says a necessary thing has to be perfect in all categories?
And just to be clear, like, we don't have to prove that a necessary thing doesn't have to be perfect.
Well,
The
then
definition.
it's
Hold on.
better not to
Stop.
make assertions then.
Stop talking. This is why this gets sloppy, because you don't
No,
listen.
you shouldn't make assertions if you're gonna not prove them.
Stop. I'm going to explain
Calm
it.
down, bro.
Shut up.
You know that.
Stop talking.
Yeah, the man-
Clearly, look. Clearly, I'm going to explain my position.
But don't do that.
This is going to take so much longer if you keep making sounds out of your mouth hole. I don't know why you're crashing out. Okay. The definition of a necessary thing does not include perfection. So, and by just analytically, a necessary thing doesn't necessarily have to be perfect unless it's something that you can give me an argument for?
Yeah, why not? Why not?
So
Because there's nothing in the definition. What is your definition of necessary?
it's just definitionally true. We've already covered this.
So of course, exists in all possible worlds doesn't, and it's not created, of course.
Okay, where in that definition did you include the word perfect?
Well, the point is that if it's not created, then it would have to be the unprincipled principles, so it doesn't receive its perfection from anywhere else. So.
Don't introduce new definitions that you don't know how to use. Just stay on what we're talking about.
What do you mean?
Use actual
He's
words.
asking
Listen. You're not impressing anybody here. We've got.
I'm not trying
We've
to
got
impress
almost.
anyone.
Just stop talking. There are 1,500
I'm
people.
not trying to impress anyone.
There are 1,500 people here, and none of them know any of your word salad definitions. They're tired of hearing you talk in circles and not support any of your premises. If you're going to remain up here, at least start using like actual people words and not words that we have to start defining every time you bring them up, because it turns out that your definition of the words are different than ours. Just use normal words.
I'm using very normal words.
You're not.
Look, we can ABC this. We can ABC this.
You
said that a necessary. Listen, hold on. You said that a necessary thing is something that exists in all possible worlds, right?
And isn't created.
And is not created. Fine. Even though I'm dubious on the second part, I'm willing to accept it.
No one defines it that way. He's just making it up.
Yeah.
But look, I'm just going to accept it to move the conversation forward. So now, can you conceive of an imperfect thing that exists in all possible worlds and is not created?
No.
I can. So now convince me that I'm wrong.
Well, you can make the claim that you can, but can you prove that?
Yes, I just told you I can.
You telling me that you can do something doesn't prove that the thing is true. Because if
I'm not saying, hold on.
If I said,
you're confused again. Hold on. You're confused again. Because my claim is not that it's true. My claim is that it is conceivable. You're telling me that it is impossible. That is your burden.
Yeah, I'm trying to say, can you explain how it's conceivable?
Danny has told you why,
Because
I want to say like 5 times.
Yeah,
The
look,
only
there's
thing
no
I need for go ahead,
Yeah,
Danny.
there's just no contradiction, Asus. It's very clear. There's just no contradiction.
There is, because it results in you saying that an uncreated thing, a created thing was uncreated. Sorry.
That's no. I said, look. I said there is an uncreated thing that exists in all possible worlds. It's just not perfect.
Yeah, then it wouldn't be the necessary being.
Yeah, then give me the
Because it
contradiction.
could receive, because it could
We're going to
receive.
get nowhere with this guy. We're really not.
because
No,
it could receive.
this guy's brain is mush. He's got marshmallow brain, as Jeff says.
That is true.
Yeah,
But
so-
look, I want to give you one final chance because I have a feeling that we're on the precipice.
You guys don't really listen.
So far, listen. No, because so far we have some attributes. These are predicates. The predicates that I have to meet are just exists in all possible worlds and is not created. That's it. So if I posit anything at all, a rock that exists in all possible worlds and was not created, a rock is not perfect. I can conceive of a rock that existed forever. That it was just not created and exists in all possible worlds. Simpliciter.
Yeah.
That's it.
The
Now,
problem is that
I'm not saying that the rock exists. I'm saying I can conceive of it. There's no logical contradiction. There's no nomological contradiction. There's no metaphysical contradiction. There
is a contradiction, but we've said before.
Now you're going to produce. Hold on. You're going to produce the contradiction.
Yeah, I can explain.
Hold on. You don't even know what I'm asking yet. The contradiction that I want to see includes just those two predicates. That the thing is existing in all possible worlds, and it is not created. And if you want to introduce perfection, you have to do so by way of argument.
Yeah. So, of course, a perfect thing doesn't receive its being from another. The point is or receive anything from another. The point is that with something that is imperfect, it can receive something from another, some sort of new perfection for another, so it'd be contingent. So the point is that there's a contradiction with that point, because it results in you saying a contingent.
That's a confusion again, because the existence is not contingent. You're saying that some change state is contingent. I'm happy with that. I'm saying the existence of the rock in all possible worlds is not contingent, and that's the argument that I'm looking for.
It would have to be for the reasons we've said.
Can you restate those reasons? Because I've heard 0 reasons.
The fact that I can receive some new perfection from another, so
That happens
wouldn't
after
be
it
necessary.
exists. That new whatever new perfection you're talking about happens after it already exists.
After it already exists.
Yeah, you have to exist to receive something, right?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so then there's still no contradiction there.
There is.
I'm looking for it. I swear to you, I'm gonna change the prescription on my glasses and really squint. I don't see it.
Like, when you're talking about a rock is a thing that exists within time and space, changes, can receive some sort of new perfection, so it wouldn't fit the criteria to be necessary.
The criteria you listed, you're not thinking. You only listed 2 criteria: that it exists in all possible worlds, right, and that's uncreated. Jeff gave an example of something that satisfies those 2 criteria, yet you're denying that
It doesn't, because a rock, it can't be uncreated.
That's what you have to show.
Sorry?
That's what you have to show.
Well, a rock is not necessary, and because it's and it changes.
You're begging the question again, Asus. You're begging the question again.
How am I begging the
Asus,
question?
you're not really good at
It's not
this.
necessary.
I don't know if you should spend a lot of time doing this, Asus.
It's making you dumber.
Like, not only are you not really paying attention to the arguments that we're giving, you're not paying attention to your own arguments because they're sloppy, and you're quite literally putting the audience to sleep.
Yeah, what does that have to do with the topic?
So I want to know why something being necessary requires it to be God, because that's your whole argument. Your argument is that because there is something that's necessary, it must be a God. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah, okay, so we can talk about that, because the point is when we talk about God, it would be this ultimate being, by definition, which is all powerful.
We're still
all-knowing,
talking
so
about why something being
let
necessary
me just
requires
finish.
it
Can I
to be a
finish my
God.
points?
No.
Like, if you don't really let me finish,
I
my
want
points,
the
you won't
argument.
understand.
I want the argument for the goal that you're trying to get to. Your goal is saying we have something that's necessary, therefore the necessary thing is God. I want the argument that gets me from something being necessary to that something being God.
Yeah, so we can give points for why it's all powerful, all knowing, because those would be attributes of God.
Right, but you're just supplying those attributes to the thing that you're saying is necessary.
Yeah, I'm
Give
saying
me
we
the
can-
premise-based argument that would lead me to the conclusion that something being necessary is even sentient, much less is like all good and whatever other attributes you give to it.
Yeah, because something that is necessary would be the cause of all things.
So, why does that require it to be sentient?
By the way, that's not even. That's not even.
The reason that, of course.
Also, I don't accept that definition,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it still doesn't.
let me explain.
It still doesn't get you
Let
to
me
the finish
explain.
line.
Yeah, let me answer your question. So you've asked me why a necessary being creating all things would mean that it has to be sentient. So we can talk about the principle of proportionate cause, which is that the in every effect the cause exists in it in some way, shape, or form. So we know that, of course, with all material things were created and stuff, and
Well, we
they
don't
would
know
have
that to be the case, and we've said this twice now. I don't believe that material things were created. So again, you keep pulling in parts of your conclusion as like supporting premises for your conclusion. I don't think there was a creator. I don't think anything was even created, much less. You're presupposing that there was a creation, and because there was a creation, there needs to be a creator. Those are just more unsupported premises.
The problem here is that you're asking me, in reference to a point I've made, why does a necessary being that created everything have to be,
Because you're
what's it called?
smuggling
Oh,
in
wait.
creation.
Let me
You're
finish.
you're
Can I
presupp-
finish? Let me finish,
you're
please.
you're presupposing creation. That's part of your argument.
What's the problem? What's the problem?
Because you have to demonstrate that we were created first before you can presuppose a creator.
But you've asked in reference to the point why, in reference to the point, it's consistent. It has to be the case. So I'm explaining that, and you're interrupting.
And I
So
disagree with premise number one.
yeah.
So support
So
the premise.
I've not even finished my whole point.
Well, you don't need to. Premise number one is already
If you're saying,
garbage.
if you're
Premise
not
number
gonna let me
one
finish my, if
relies
you're
on
not gonna let me finish
creation,
my
and I
points,
don't
how are
believe
you
that we were
gonna
created. So you have to
expect to
support that
understand that?
first.
How are you gonna, what's it called? Say you don't want me to finish my points, then try and understand what I'm saying.
I want you to support your points, not gish gallop through them. So your
You're
first,
saying that you don't want me to finish.
your very first premise requires there to be a creation. I don't believe there was a creation.
You've asked me a question in reference to what I've said. Why would this be the case? I'm explaining it to you,
Because
but
the
you're
answer to your question requires another premise, which is that creation happened. And I don't agree.
You're asking me why is that consistent with the point I've made, so I'm telling you why it's consistent.
This guy's
So we
brain
can
dead.
get somewhere. Like, you have to let people finish a bit more.
I don't. When you are laying down an argument and I disagree with the premise, what I have to do is stop you and
There
say,
is someone
hey,
disagree. If you
when you're laying down premises for your argument and I disagree with a premise, I have to stop you and say, hey, I don't agree with that. Can you support the premise? That's how arguments work. So
That's not
now
how arguments
you've
work.
gotten to a point in the dialogue where you've said that there is a creation. And because there's a creation, that requires you to have a necessary creator. So now I need you to support the premise that there was even a creation.
No, my point was a necessary being that created all things would have to be all-knowing. You've asked me why does it have to be
But I don't
sentient?
believe there was a
Can you calm
creation.
down?
Again, you keep smuggling in
That's-
creation.
Well, you've made up. You're trying to inquire why, of course, it's consistent to have a all-knowing being be that is a necessary being that is the creator of all things be sentient. Why is that consistent with this idea? So I'm trying to explain it to you.
No, Aces. We're asking for why is it?
You didn't ask.
Excuse me. You're just confused. We're just asking for
He
why.
asked you a question.
Why is it that? Excuse me. We're just asking for if it's a necessary thing. Why must it be God? And we can talk about a world where it's just that necessary thing. We don't have to suppose creation. So go and give the argument.
You need to listen better, Danny, because your friend here on the screen asked, why is it the case that a necessary being that created all
Danny
things...
and I are using the same
sentient?
argument.
You've not made all the same points, so I'm trying to answer your question, but you're
We've been
interrupting.
asking for at least 20 minutes, if not the whole
Well, if you
hour.
asked, it would have
The
been
same
shorter.
question.
Yeah, we've been live
It
for
would
like
have
an
been
we've been live for like an hour now. On literally the same thing we started with, which is something being necessary doesn't necessitate that it's God.
Right.
So we're
Yeah, you've
still
got it.
waiting for that argument.
You're not letting me answer your questions.
Okay, what's the first premise of the argument? Just give it to me.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer your friend's question.
No. I
Give us-
don't want to waste any more time.
give us-
just
give-
the first.
If you don't want to waste time, stop interrupting.
Give us premise number 1. Don't say premise number 2. Give us premise number 1, and then we will talk about premise number 1.
So cool. I am going to answer your question that you've given me. Is that fine?
What is premise one?
Give us premise 1.
I don't have to give you a syllogism to
Either
explain
you
my
give me
point.
premise one, or I'm going to give you premise one.
He doesn't have an
I'm trying to
argument.
answer the
That's
host
I know,
question.
he doesn't actually have an argument. Also, Asus, what religion are you, by the way?
Christian.
I figured as much. How about rather than starting on this tail end that has nothing to do with your God to begin with, we start on the opposite end and just tell you why your God is fake.
Yeah, go on.
Cool. Dr. Joe, thank you for the recommendation, by the way, on this. Have you read Deuteronomy?
Not all of it.
Cool. There's a really interesting passage in Deuteronomy. I'll put it on the screen for us so we can all see it. 1 second. Well, maybe I'll get it. I'm going to try to put it on the screen. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I don't know why my Streamlabs is not seeing my web browser for some reason. Give me half a second. It's so weird. Why would it not see my web browser?
Justin, I have to go eat dinner. Thanks for having me on, man.
Hey,
Have a great stream.
Danny, thank you so much for being here, man. I really appreciate it. Guys, make sure you're following Danny on TikTok and on YouTube, okay?
See you, Jeff. And Aces, stop studying philosophy. It's making you dumber. It's not working. Okay.
All right, thanks. Yeah.
I'll see you, Danny.
Philosophy is not for everyone. That's why I stay away from it. All right, so it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. So far, are you tracking? If she doesn't bleed on her wedding night, after they do it, then there's going to be questions, right? Whether or not she's a virgin.
Okay.
Right. Following so far? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when they go to the elders, it says, the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town shall take a man and punish him, obviously because he lied. Now, if it's true, it says, if, however, the charge is true that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they will bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of the town shall stone her to death, because she's committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. Okay, so at face value, the text is pretty simple. If a woman bleeds on a sheet the first time she does the deed, it's presumed that she's a virgin. If she doesn't bleed on the sheet, it's presumed that she's not a virgin. Following?
I don't think it says. I don't think it said that it's automatically presumed, but
Yeah, that's the evidence.
What would you? Yeah, those are.
It says
Those are some evidences, but it's not.
It
the
says,
only.
but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. That's the evidence.
Yeah, those are one of the ways.
Is there any other evidence mentioned here?
Yeah, that's an argument from silence.
It's not an argument from silence. This is the evidence that God is. This is the evidence that
you're trying to say that because
this is the evidence that God is telling them to bring.
those are some of them.
This is one of them, and it's the only one. This is the only thing in the Bible that you have to bring as evidence. Now,
That's an argument from silence.
If a man sleeps with a woman and it turns out that she doesn't bleed on the sheet, is she justified is he justified according to the biblical text to take her to the city, to the gate, and have her stoned?
Depends.
On what?
If she's a virgin.
Exactly, yes. And how do you determine if somebody's a virgin?
Like, by, of course, an investigation. And
that's not what the text says.
It does.
It doesn't say that.
It does.
No, it says they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. Is there any other evidence mentioned here?
Yeah, why does it have to be mentioned?
Because that is the criteria. The criteria is if somebody is accused of not being a virgin, the criteria that you measure is the bloody sheet. That's it. That's the only thing given. So this is what the Bible says, which means if I'm living in the ancient times and I'm with somebody and they don't bleed on the night that we consummate the marriage, I have the right, according to the text, to take her and get her stoned. Do I have that right according to what the text says?
Not off of that alone, nope.
Wrong.
I just want to clarify one thing. Are you saying that it's possible that God failed to mention it, or are you saying that they failed to write it down, but God may have mentioned it?
Yeah, it's just a false dilemma. I've not said either of those.
Okay,
So,
so no, okay, that's fine. It's not a false dilemma. Hold on,
I could tell you.
stop. You're doing it again. I'm just going to call it out every time you do it. I'm not saying that I've exhausted the options. Those are the ones that I came to based on what you were saying. If I'm incorrect, just correct me. Just tell me what you mean.
Okay, so you're internally critiquing what's the inconsistency here with the biblical narrative.
Well, we haven't got that far yet. So what we're trying to do is
Yeah,
make
can you
sure that
present
the
the argument,
understanding
please?
of the passage is the same. Now, this passage is clearly stating that if somebody suspects a woman is not a virgin, he is allowed to take her to the city council and have her stoned based on the fact that there was no sheet.
Wait, do you mind going to the start of the text again, please?
We'll start again. I know. Suppose a man
Cool.
marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her. What does it mean to go into somebody?
I think it might be referring to intercourse.
Obviously. It says, and he makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. What's the evidence that he's expecting when he lies with her?
He could possibly expect that maybe she would bleed. Possibly.
Obviously, yes, because that's how the ancient world believed virginity works. Then it says there's going to be a situation if, in fact, there is an accusation. It says the father of the young woman shall then submit the evidence. The father of the young woman and her mother shall submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders at the city gate. And what is that evidence? Verse 16 tells you, the father of the young woman will say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. Now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. That's the only evidence you need, according to the Bible, to have a woman stoned for not being a virgin.
Where does it say that this is all you need?
Because that's what the text says. It says that if somebody is presumed to not be a virgin, the way that you solve the case is by determining if the sheet was bloody or not.
Can you highlight the part where it says this is all of the evidence you need, or something that paraphrases that at least?
So that's why legal texts exist, right? So if a legal text exists and it says, if you want to stone a woman for not being a virgin, here's the criteria. That's it. That's the only criteria you need. Now, you want to add additional criteria to it that's not in the text because you're starting to see how silly this is.
No.
So, according to what the Bible actually says,
false.
Do I have permission?
You said something false.
According to what the Bible says, do I have permission to have a woman stoned if she doesn't bleed on that sheet?
Depends.
What could I appeal to? What legal code could I possibly appeal to if the Bible is the authority?
Well, the point is that there would be an investigation done. This is in reference to legality. So the text is referencing some things you could do to find whether she is a virgin.
What's the thing that's listed?
Can I finish?
What's the one thing that was listed?
You've already read it.
Okay, so according to the text, there's only one criteria. There's only one test point for whether or not she's a virgin. And according to the text, if she fails that text, then she's dead. No, arguments from silence don't work for legal. Argument for silence don't work for legal codes.
Huh?
Argument from silence doesn't work for legal codes. We're talking about law codes. What you do with a law code is you follow it.
Yeah, the law doesn't say.
Okay.
It doesn't say. In the
So
text.
if you're at the city gate and you're in ancient Israel and you're trying a case, what are you going to appeal to?
An investigation.
Wrong. You're going to appeal to the legal text. That's what you appeal to in court. You apply the law to the case.
Right.
Now, what law can you apply to this case?
Can I try something real quick?
I kind of want to hear him answer. I don't think he actually has an
Yeah.
answer.
I've literally answered this.
You didn't.
But like I've said,
what legal?
you've not shown how.
What-
You've not shown how this is.
Let's try this again. What legal code can you appeal to in ancient Israel if you're a young woman and you find yourself at the gate with the elders being tried for not being a virgin? What legal code can you appeal to?
God's law.
Which is found where?
Diabolical.
In the book.
In the fucking Bible. And in the Bible, there's only one thing that you have to determine if somebody's a virgin. And what's the one thing?
There's not only one thing.
Then find me the other test.
Yeah, you're arguing from silence again. And
I'm
of
not
course
arguing
there-
from silence. You said there's more than one thing. Find me the one thing.
Yeah, so it clearly said that there would be evidence gathered in the text, I believe.
It doesn't say there's evidence that's gathered.
Yeah, so
It says the evidence is the sheet. They will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. That's the evidence.
Go back to the top, and you can highlight possibly the
It's
part.
on the, it's
that
on
I'm
the
looking
screen.
at.
It's on the screen. We've read it 3 times. At least twice.
No, you've read it twice, but can you go up again,
Here
please?
is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The bloody sheet is the evidence.
Yeah, it's not the only form of evidence.
It's the only
Okay.
evidence that's mentioned in the text.
Yeah, why does it have to be mentioned?
Okay, then give me one other form of evidence.
Yeah, you can go to a discussion like witness testimony, etc.
How could somebody possibly witness whether or not she's a virgin?
Well, people tell their friends what they do. So if someone's sorry,
So you
We're in
can't
the court
you can't
in
witness
law.
you can't witness somebody not doing something.
Well, if someone's confessed,
the
if someone's
act of-
conf-
the act
yeah,
of being
if
a
someone's
The act of being a virgin means that you never lay with somebody. You can't have a witness for that. There's no witness that said, I was with this person every moment of their entire life, and I know that they never lied with a man. There's no witness for that. So witnesses don't help you here. Just be honest. Liars go to the lake of fire, Revelation 21:8.
yeah, that's fine. So the point is that people would tell their friends what they do. If someone's
doesn't matter.
confessed a crime,
That
does matter.
that would only impute her. It would never
It
would
does-
never
it does
exonerate
matter.
her.
Let's pretend that I've just converted.
But like, how is this?
Hold on. I've just converted, and I just got married, and I see nothing on the sheet. So I want to follow the Bible, and the Bible says, "Hey, bring the evidence to the elders." So I'm bringing them the sheet, and they go, "Oh, there's nothing on the sheet." So now I, as a man, I'm saying, "Well, this woman lied to me. Let's stone her." What do you say to me to tell me I'm wrong?
Yeah, what like are we doing here? Are you gonna show how it's
So
inconsistent?
we
with the-
literally
Okay, really?
I already
Just-
asked you once, and Jeff is asking you a second time. In the ancient world, if I bring a woman, or Jeff or anyone else brings a woman to the elders and says, this woman is not a virgin, she did not bleed, what is the evidence that she could bring according to the text?
Depends on the investigation done.
Based on the text, if there's no bloody sheet, can I have her stoned?
Yeah, so as a
Okay,
Christian, I
so
don't discuss
fantastic.
the
Based on the test given in the
I'm
Bible,
not scripture only,
Based-
so I don't just go for that.
based on the biblical text, I don't know why it took you 20 minutes just to say the word yes. Based on the biblical text, the way it's laid out, a woman can be stoned for not being a virgin if there's no bloody sheet, correct?
It's a factor.
It's not just a factor, it's either yes or no. If there's no bloody sheet, is she going to be stoned?
Depends.
On what?
The investigation and the evidence.
The investigation is not going to turn anything up. There's no other evidence.
Well, in law, you do an investigation. On
There's
someone
no
if you-
evidence. There is no evidence you can provide that somebody's a virgin other than the bloody sheet.
Yeah, that's not true.
Give me the evidence then.
Yeah, like I said, like confession, etc.
Confessions aren't evidence.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
In law, a confession
Confessions
is
are not evidence of the absence of something. Virginity is the absence of not having lied with a man. You cannot confess to that. That's not evidence of anything. There's no
Well, you
such
can
thing
know
as
from
evidence
confession.
for somebody not laying with somebody else.
You can know from confession if someone's
No,
guilty.
you fucking can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
From confession, you
Well,
can know.
so we'll try this again. Confession only makes her guilty. It will never exonerate
That's
her.
what I said.
You can confess to a crime, but you cannot confess to not doing a crime.
That's
We're
just what I
talking about
said.
what is the evidence that would exonerate her, not the evidence that would make her guilty. What is the evidence that would exonerate her?
I just said what you just said, and you don't listen properly.
This is heresy.
This is crazy. I cannot believe somebody this dumb. It's wild to me. It's hard for me to believe that somebody is this obtuse.
You're misunderstanding
So-
the text.
A confession of not being a virgin would make you fucking guilty, not innocent. I'm asking for the
That's what I
evidence.
said.
I'm asking for the evidence that would
Said
make
that.
her innocent.
Depends on the investigation.
Name one piece of fucking evidence.
Like, you need to show us inconsistent with the
Name
What does
biblical
one piece of evidence.
What does Deuteronomy 4:2 say, guest?
It says you need to show how it's inconsistent with the biblical
Deuteronomy
narrative.
4:2 says not to add or remove anything from the law that I'm giving you, which is Deuteronomy, right? The Deuteronomy law. And you're attempting to add and remove crap.
No, I'm not.
So you've already admitted it. Based on the law given in the text, you are allowed to have a woman stoned if there is no bloody sheet. That is just a stone cold fact. Are you aware that only half of women, slightly less than half of women, actually bleed the first time?
What's the point?
The point is the bloody sheet test is not just a bad test, it's a hilariously bad test. Only about 45% of women would have actually been guilty upon tried.
Yeah, no one said that this is like the only
Yes,
variable.
the Bible says that. The only variable you need,
show me where it says that.
the only variable that you need to determine a woman's guilt is whether or not she bled on that sheet. That's the only evidence.
And that's why I'm asking you, show me where it says you only need this.
Then give me another form of fucking evidence that they could use.
You need to show where it says you only need this.
I don't.
Show that.
Show me any
You
possible.
do, because you're making a point.
Show me any possible other evidence that they could bring. Name one thing that would exonerate her.
Don't make assertions if you're not going to prove them.
Name one thing that could exonerate her.
Prove what you just said.
Name one thing that exonerates her.
Prove what you said.
Listen, I'm going to keep cooking you until you name it. I know you can't do it. That's why you keep shifting the burden. Name one thing that you could exonerate her.
Yeah, prove what you just said.
Name one thing that can exonerate her. The book only lists one piece of evidence.
Prove what you just said.
The book only lists one piece of evidence. If there was other pieces of evidence,
Where did it say that this is all you need?
if there's other pieces of evidence, it would have listed other pieces of evidence. It didn't fucking do that. If you think that there are other evidences, then please, by all means, list what a possible other evidence could be.
The text does not say this is all you need.
I never
The text
said
never
I
said that.
never said that. I'm asking you if there's another piece of evidence, what could it be?
Well, it could be seen from the investigation.
What is it? What is the other evidence?
It's on you to show that
It's not on me. It's not on me to prove your argument. You're saying that there are other evidence that can exonerate her. I'm asking you to provide what is the other evidence.
Like alibi, etc.
We've already covered this. You can't alibi somebody's entire life and whether or not they ever slept with somebody. That's impossible.
An alibi can prove your innocence.
No, it can't.
Yes, it can.
It would require someone to be with her at all points in time. Do you think
I
that there
don't
was
think so.
do you think there was a Siamese twin that was with her at all points in her life that could vouch?
An alibi doesn't mean they have to be with you at all points in time. Where do
Yes,
you get that from?
because that's what it means to be a virgin. It means at all points in your life, you have never been with a man. Nobody has ever entered you. That's what it means, which means in order to use an alibi, you would have to somehow say that you were locked up all your life or that there was somebody with you that witnessed every moment of your life.
No.
Yeah.
So
An alibi doesn't have to be around you all the
An
time.
alibi
Well, an
is an
alibi.
excuse for why you couldn't have possibly done the crime. Meaning, I didn't commit the crime at the 7-Eleven because at the same time I was at the Walmart. You would have to provide an alibi for every moment of the woman's life.
Not every moment of
Yes,
the
you
woman's
would,
life.
because at every moment in that woman's life, she could have been penetrated.
So I could just make a clean inference that the Deuteronomy 4:2 text that I said before says not to add anything or remove anything, which means that it's implying that the text as written is sound, that there's nothing extra. And then by listing one piece of evidence, the implication is that that's it. That's the only evidence needed, because Deuteronomy 4:2 forbids you from adding any extra thing. So even if I were inclined to add an alibi, the text doesn't have an alibi or any other piece of evidence. So I'm not allowed to, because Deuteronomy forbids me to do it.
When did I add a new law?
No, Deuteronomy 4:2 doesn't say don't add new laws. It says do not add anything at all, or do not remove anything at all
To what? The law.
to the law.
Okay, so I've not added any laws. So
No, 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 no,
you
no.
need to listen.
No, 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 no,
You
no,
are.
no. It doesn't say do not add laws. It says do not add anything.
To the law. So don't add any laws.
No, it's
I've not
not do not
added
add any
laws.
law. It's do not add anything.
To the law.
Yeah,
You
but
need to
adding
use your
anything
ears.
to the law does not mean you're adding laws. It says you must not. There it is. You must neither add anything to what I command you, nor take away anything from it.
Yeah, so I've not added any laws. The
No, it's not
commandments
any
are
laws.
laws.
It's anything.
To the commandments, the
Listen,
laws.
hold on. It says do not add anything.
To the
Period.
commandments.
Nope,
So
nope,
I've not
nope.
added any laws.
Now you're saying you have not added any laws, but you have added something.
No, I haven't.
Are
Look,
things and laws the same?
No.
'Cause last I checked, those are different words.
Yeah, they're different words.
All right. Well, listen,
Yeah, so-
Asus, I don't think you're like mentally competent for this conversation. Maybe we can look at like one more passage that doesn't require as much brain power. You want to read the gospel with me?
I have a competing hypothesis.
Yeah,
I think
if
he's
you
just
can show
dishonest.
how it's inconsistent with the biblical narrative, go ahead.
I don't even know what the biblical narrative is. You didn't even know what Deuteronomy 22 said.
Alright.
Okay. When is the second coming?
Not like what exact day or whatever or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably not the most versed on the argument you might show, but you can show it.
Sure.
So
What's
I
going to
can
happen when
possibly
Jesus
do-
comes back?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on every specific thing, but I believe
So
he's going to.
you don't know what's going to happen when Jesus comes back?
I'm not sure on every specific thing. No.
Can you name one thing that's going to happen when Jesus comes back?
He's going to fight the Antichrist.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm going to make a joke. The second coming is either the birthday or the anniversary, depending on where they fall on the calendar.
Oh boy. Okay, so what's supposed to happen at the second coming is Jesus is going to come back and he's going to judge the world. He's going to punish the people. All the angels are going to come with him. There's going to be a loud trumpet call. He's going to gather all of the elect, and then the New Jerusalem's going to happen, and then all of the wicked people are going to be punished. All the good people are going to be rewarded. You agree so far?
Yeah, carry on with your point.
Okay, cool. So my point is that Jesus actually gave a timeline for when this is going to happen. You want to hear about it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. Matthew 16 says, "For the Son of Man will come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and he will reward each according to his works. Assuredly, I say to you, there are some standing here who shall not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Are those disciples alive or dead right now?
So repeat that. So read it again. Sorry.
Yep. For the Son of Man will come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and he will reward each according to his works. Assuredly, I say to you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Okay.
Are they dead or alive?
So I'd say the disciples are in heaven, so they're alive.
So none of them died.
No, they have everlasting life.
Okay, so then Jesus was wrong on some of them dying. Because surely I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death, which means some of them will die. So which ones didn't make it to heaven? Because it needs to be at least two of them. Some is always more than one.
So in this verse, is Jesus only with his disciples, are you saying?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on the verse, so I'd have to do research. But yeah, you can carry on with your argument.
Also, being in heaven is not happening right now. You're not in heaven until Jesus comes back. That's when all the dead are raised, according to 1 Thessalonians chapter 4. People are not in heaven right now. Want me to read that one for you?
Yeah, if you like.
Yeah. Paul
do
says
research,
says when Jesus comes back, because they're asking what's going to happen to those of us that have already died. I mean, are they going to be with us in heaven, right? It says, I do not want you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning those who have fallen asleep, lest you sorrow as others who have no hope. Then he describes what's going to happen. For they say this by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive, I'm sorry, let me read 14 for context. For we believe that Jesus died and rose again. Even so, God will bring with him those who sleep in Jesus. For we say this to you by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive and remain until the coming of the Lord will by no means precede those who are asleep. For the Lord himself would descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel, with the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ will rise first. Where are they rising from?
I think the Sheol, would it be the Sheol?
Well, they're rising from the ground. They're not rising from heaven. Okay, so the dead are not in heaven with Jesus right now. They're not coming back with him. So Jesus made a prediction for his second coming, and he failed.
Okay. Yeah, I've not really heard this one, so I'd have to do research on that.
All right, fair enough. All right, well, listen, you've been here for like an hour and a half now, so we got to move on to our next guest, but thanks for talking with us.
All right, cool.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Imagine having to engage in that level of dishonesty with every dialogue you have just to maintain your faith.
If nothing, I put this in the chat, but I think you've proved at least the copiums.
Yeah, the copium for sure. It's very thick haze of copium in whatever room he's residing in right now. All right, guys, let me grab some super chats here, and we'll get through it. Chris says, "Is it true that Doug is?" Oh, sorry, we got that one. Let's see, we got that one. Dexter, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, when you cook these guests to a crisp, is this considered a burnt sacrifice to Doug and Sharon Stone? It absolutely is. It is a pleasing aroma to Doug, Sharon Stone, and Rocky. And Cranky, thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you for the super chat too. He says, yay, DZ stream night. Ave Doug, our solid basis and foundation. Justin, did you accidentally turn off sub gifting? I did not. We've got a couple of people that gift subbed tonight, so it should be working unless something broke that I am unaware of. Thank you for the super chat, though. Rory says, don't panic. The Doug abides and stays rock solid all the time. Doug is always rock solid. Absolutely. And Abraham with the super chat. Abraham the Chaldean is a dope name, by the way. Says, I just conceived of a being that immediately eats whatever being caller conceives of. Oops. Also, his name is Doug. Praise Doug. Hell yeah. Praise Doug, the God-eating being. Actually, I think there was somebody popular who made a similar argument that had a necessary being that was a God-killing being or a God-eating being. I'll have to think on that one. But there's lots of different conceptual necessary beings. This guy was reaching pretty hard. Can Best, thank you so much for the $27.99 big W on the super chat. I appreciate that. It says, give the caller credit to be able to call after a massive, boring, massive bong rip. Yeah, you're right. Listen, I hope he's not like that in real life. Could you imagine, like, if you work a real job with somebody like that? Like, I'm an engineer. I couldn't possibly imagine walking in and I've got like a coworker and I've got like $1 million project that I'm working on, and my coworker is talking at that particular pace with that level of cognition. I don't know if I want him touching my machine. I'm just saying it seems like a bad combination. And Absurdist, thank you for the super chat, says word salad therefore God. That's basically what's happened. Yeah. Hyperlab, thank you so much for the $10 super thanks. And big W to Silver Surfer. Thank you so much, Silver Surfer, for the 99 super thanks. Good to see you tonight. And Small Johnson, good to see you as well tonight. You're completely right. It says this being is unnecessarily being annoying AF. He really was. He really was. But you know what? Sometimes when you get someone that's really annoying, you just have to cook them good enough before you let them go. Oh, Discordia, thank you for this $10 super chat. It says, what do you think Phil Bros are trying to accomplish? Is it just win an argument, or are they really trying to convince you? Because it fails on both accounts and it's boring. I agree. Here's my thought on the theistic Phil Bros. My thought is they have a religion that they can't justify, and they know they can't justify it. It's nonsense. So they turn to the only thing that they can turn to, which is philosophy, because if there's no material evidence for your faith, maybe you can come up with some logical evidences, but it also fails. The reality is there's never been a single atheist that converted to Christianity or Hinduism or Islam on some sort of dumb, like prime mover, necessary being argument. Never happened. Wilma Dicklift, big W on the name. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, is skeet a necessary thing? Praise Doug. Well, for reproduction, it is. So, Eric, thank you for the super chat. Big W on the 1999 super chat. I really appreciate that. It says, Doug is the God of all things. All glories to the holiest of holies. Big W for that. And all hail Doug, the most necessary being there is. And in defense, thank you for the 666, says, Guess is defining God as necessary and saying because he defines God as necessary, God must exist. Therefore, no link between his definition and reality. That was the point that I tried to elucidate early on, which is like he's just making a mental definition that God is the necessary thing, and he couldn't get me to necessary to God. Like that was the link I wanted him to make, and he couldn't make it. And Chris, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, why do circular arguments always get so much attention? They should be dismissed if they can't prove their premises. You know what? Sometimes I'll do that, where I'll just say, arguments without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. But I was, hoping not to go that route. But what are you going to do? Sometimes you have to. Falcon, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, perfect to who? It's a really good question because, I don't know. The guy was just conflating definitions the whole time. So, Jennifer, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate it. And Texas Panhandler, Big W, says, all this talk about rocks is making Doug hard as stone. Absolutely. Doug is always rock hard. Doug is never flaccid for you guys. And last one, Mike says, this guy sounds like he thinks Nigel Tufnell is in Spinal Tap. His logic goes to 11 when everyone else's goes to 10. Yeah, you're about right. It's been a long time since I heard a Spinal Tap reference. You don't get that too often, but big W. All right, let's get our next guest pulled up in here. I think Tim and David have been waiting the longest. So let me grab Tim. I apologize if I didn't see what order everyone came in at. It's hard to keep track of all the happenings on the screen. Welcome in, Tim. How you doing? Tim, did we fall asleep? And Tim was waiting too long. He was in the guest box for a while. Sorry, Tim. Coming back when you wake up, buddy. And Ken, I agree. He said, what does all possible worlds mean? This is actually a really good question. Jeff, can you elucidate a little bit? When philosophers say all possible worlds, what are they referring to?
So all possible worlds doesn't mean like different planets. It's like I guess the best way to conceive of it is if you were to rewind the last 5 minutes, and then there's another possible world that happens, and then you consider an event. So, like, I picked up my phone and I started talking to you, right? If we rewind 5 minutes, can that have happened another way? That's another possible world. So, if in all possible worlds, me picking up the phone and talking to you was going to happen, then that's a necessary thing. Otherwise, it's not.
Right. I like that one. Brandon says, I find it funny when people compare Christian God to the Muslim God. Numbers 31 and Mary impregnated at 12 highlights how wicked these deities are. Yeah, the funny thing is, like, people will rightly point out the Bible doesn't give her age, but the early Christian church does give her age, which means the Christians of the early church were okay with her being 12, even if it's not in the Bible, which is crazy. You can find that in the proto-evangelism of James. And last one, Noah Lyons. This is a long name. Noah Lyons, 8 dead babies on the ark. Wow. You're probably right. Thank you for the super chat. It says, nurse practitioner here. There is no way to ensure if someone was a virgin before getting laid, even now. So it doesn't matter if criteria wasn't written. That's actually a really good point. There is no actual way to ensure or to know if somebody was a virgin. It's an unfalsifiable claim. I'm going to bring that up next time this conversation happens. Thank you for that. We're going to get David in the box, see if David's with us. How you doing, David?
I'm good, Justin. How are you?
Doing good. David, recognize your voice. You got a new profile picture.
Yeah, that's my daughter. Man, my daughter.
Oh, good. I hope you're doing well. It's been a while since we talked. So I already know you're at least 18, and I already know that you're a believer in the Christian faith. So what would be your best argument for the existence of the Christian God?
The Bible codes.
Oh boy. Tell me about the Bible codes.
Well, Genesis chapter 5 gives the first 10 names of the Bible in the genealogy. And if you spell those names out in a sentence, it gives the Christian gospel.
I'm so happy right now.
They don't.
Oh, just
I feel like Jeff's got something to say about this, though.
I'm so happy right now.
Go ahead.
So let's say I was to say that was true, right? It does spell out the gospel. Could I do that with any other genealogy in the book?
Well, there are very specific genealogies given in the book that traces the lineage of Jesus Christ to the Adam and Eve.
Yeah, but you're picking an arbitrary one because the one that you're giving is not like doesn't have anything to do with Jesus. It's just the first few people through Noah, I believe, right?
I think Noah is the end of the genealogy in Genesis 5, if I'm not mistaken.
And there's some message there about the man appointed suffering or some such.
Yeah, man is appointed mortal sorrow.
All right, cool.
But the great God shall come down teaching, his death shall bring hope.
Got it. That's wonderful. That's great work. So here, just so you know, I'm going to say a thing, and I don't want anybody in the audience to say a pause. I don't want anybody to say no diddy. But here, so if we were to go to I believe First Corinthians 8. I did this the other day because somebody was saying that like you can just take like a genealogy in the book and make a name. If we take not First Corinthians, sorry, First Chronicles 8, 1 through 5. We've got Benjamin, Bela, Ashbel, Ahara, Noah, and Rapha. And so those names, if we take this, I'm just going to do the same thing you did. It says, the son of the right hand swallows a man of Baal backwards and then rests like a giant. That's crazy work to me that the Bible would have such filth about swallowing a man of Baal backwards. Do you accept that as a prophecy or a message? Ayo is right, Dr. Sprinkles. No pause.
I think we lost David.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't know I had my mic muted. That sounds like gibberish to me.
Right.
Well, no. Look, like if you say the son of the right hand, who's the right hand?
The right hand of the Father?
Well, the right hand at all in the Bible, the son of
The
the
right
right
hand
hand.
of, yeah, that's
The right hand would be Jesus,
right.
right?
He would be, sit at the right hand of the Father.
So the son of Jesus swallows a man of Baal. That implies some sort of weird, like, homosexual action. But and then it says backwards, which is diabolical. Like, I don't even know how you do that backwards, but hey,
He
some of the
gagged.
people in the Bible are talented. You know what? One of my friends was like, "Does that mean gargling?" And I almost blocked her. And then rests like a giant. And so that's what it says, right? Now, I'm going to tell you that in your genealogy, you're playing fast and loose with some of the translations, but I'm willing to accept them because these are direct. And that sentence is pretty damning. Like, it's some David and Jonathan level stuff.
So you don't give any credence at all to that genealogy in Genesis 5?
Well,
Not one iota.
no, because we can just go to any genealogy and like pick a section of it and say, well, these names kind of have meanings. Let's build a story out of it. It's meaningless. And also, from my point of view, I'm not as graceful as Jeff. I'm actually not going to grant you that all those name meanings actually mean everything that you're saying that they mean.
Yeah, I get that.
Because Seth is if you use the words Seth as an appointant or appointment or appointing something, that's actually an idiomatic usage of the word. Like the basic usage of the word just means to put something, like to set it down.
Or to set apart.
Yeah, to set, to put something, to put something into place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But
So
if you want to use it to mean appoint, like appointing something, that's an idiomatic usage of the word.
Right. Well, I mean, you can't change the definitions of words, though. You know what I'm saying? They mean what they mean.
But that's what you've done.
If you have names that mean certain things, and you put it in a sentence, it means what it means.
That's right. And that's how we know what idiomatic usages are. When you use them in a particular way, we know that they mean something that is different from how they are normally used, right? That's
I get that.
Right.
But
That's
don't
like,
you think that's an awful big coincidence that in Genesis 5 the Christian gospel would be spelled out?
but it's not. That's what I'm saying. Even if you accept like that there's hidden messages in the Bible, the hidden message in Genesis 5 doesn't actually say what you said. Only if you're like really loose with some of the definitions of some of the names.
Maybe generous would be the more correct word.
I would go with inaccurate, but
it is possible to use those words in that way, right?
I mean,
like how hard would it be to get 10 names to line up in such a way? And only one or two.
It wouldn't be hard at all. If some of these names have multiple meanings, some of those names are idiomatic. Yeah, I mean we can do this all day long with different names, as long as we are like willing to go to the dictionary and say, you know, how far can we stretch the meaning of a word?
Right, but I mean, how hard would it be to get 10 names to line up in such a way, right from the beginning?
Wouldn't be hard at all.
Christianity was ever thought of.
easy.
You've got so David, I want to make sure you understand this. We've got hundreds and hundreds of lists of names in the Bible. Somebody went to a list in the Bible and said, "Oh, isn't that really interesting? In this one particular list, if you stretch the meanings of the names quite right, it'll have some sort of significance to it." But there are hundreds of genealogies in the Bible.
Well, it just so happens that this message is the most significant message to humanity.
But it's not.
It's the means of salvation.
No, I have a more significant.
The great God came down teaching. His death has brought hope to humanity.
Oh,
but that's not in the text.
But there's an even more significant message, my friend.
But that is in the Christian
If you consider
Bible,
the book of
that is the
but
message
it's not in
the
Genesis
Bible.
5.
Well,
Yeah,
you
it's
might
not.
disagree that it's not there. I believe it is there. But you can't argue that is the message of the Christian faith.
Yeah, you
Well,
can. But look,
yeah, you can, by the way, but go ahead, Jeff.
the book of Judges, if you go from chapter 13 through 16, you get the genealogy of Samson. And this when I found this, like it was like I felt like a boxer hit me in the chest. If you rest and face the shade, you will bring forth the sun. That's what the sentence is. And you know, Justin, that I've been trying for quite some time to get all the hydrogen out of the sun. So the secret to do this may actually be in the genealogy of Samson. And so, like, that is a significant accomplishment because I've been like commissioning research to try to get the hydrogen out of the sun so we can get rid of all of this. So, like, let's be done with it. And it looks like there's a message right in Judges about bringing forth the sun. Isn't that wild?
Oh my goodness. You guys are comedians, you know this, right?
I'm not even joking, man.
It's not a
if
joke.
you knew how serious I am, I've been talking about this for ages. Like, if you saw my notebook that has like physics and the math, like how much, like I have it down to like the joule, how much would be required to pull all the hydrogen out?
Justin, can I ask you a question? Are you're schooled in Greek, right? In Hebrew?
Yeah, I learned Greek and Hebrew and a little bit of Akkadian when I was in school. Now, I've actually gone through Genesis chapter 5 and I've done the breakdown on the names before. I did a video of it probably, I don't know, over a year ago now. But when you actually break down all the names, they don't like normally mean what you think they mean. And some of the names are actually a little bit ambiguous. Like
Yeah, I understand.
the
Some of
name
them are
is
ambiguous.
yeah, the name
Chuck Missler is
Methuselah.
very clear about that.
Well, Chuck Missler's not even a Bible scholar.
He is a Bible scholar.
No, he's not. He's an engineer. He's got a degree in engineering.
Well, he's a scholar by my standard.
A scholar is someone who has formal training in the field.
If you've heard his teaching 24 hours through the whole Bible, 1 hour teaching on each book or all the way through the whole text, you would know that he's a biblical scholar.
I would know that he's not. He has a degree in engineering. He has no background in the biblical text.
Well, don't you think an engineer would know better than anyone whether or not the scripture was true?
No, they wouldn't. I'm an engineer too. I have an electrical engineering degree, and my education in engineering has nothing to do with what I learned in Bible college or seminary.
Well, I think you should reconsider.
I certainly wouldn't.
This is fun. First Chronicles 7:20 through 27. A treasure of God's testimony in trouble brings healing. A flame and a young lamb encamp with a judge. My glorious kinsman hears my God. A fish brings the Lord salvation. That seems like another message from something. It seems like gibberish to me, but that's 12 names. We can keep going.
Right.
This is like that.
Can you? I didn't realize that you were translating names. Could you read that again?
Yeah. So this is First Chronicles 7:20 through 27, and the sentence goes: "A treasure of God's testimony in trouble brings healing. A flame and a young lamb encamp with a judge. My glorious kinsman hears my God. A fish brings the Lord salvation."
A fish brings the Lord salvation.
That's all you got from that?
I mean, that's pretty wild, man.
That's just Nun and Joshua. Those two names: fish. The Lord is salvation.
So I wanted to ask you something, Justin. Are you aware that in Genesis, the first 5 books of the Bible, if you skip 49 letter increments in the first 2 books and in the last 2 books, you get the word Torah?
Yeah.
And then in the middle book,
are you
get every 7
which
letters,
manuscript?
Well, in the Hebrew.
In which
in which
Hebrew manuscript?
Yahweh at every 7 letter increment.
Right, but which Hebrew manuscript?
Well, I mean, you choose. I mean, look at all of them.
That's the problem. Is when you look at all of them, they don't actually agree with each other. So that is the problem. That's why I asked you which manuscript.
Well, I haven't studied it myself, but I would encourage you to.
But I've already studied this. Why Bible codes are nonsense. So the problem with Bible codes is they rely on the idea that there's like one Hebrew text, but there are hundreds of Hebrew texts, and almost none of them actually agree with each other.
But are there any
of them hundreds of
that follow
textual
that
variants for
number
every text in
sequencing?
the Hebrew Bible.
Are there any of those texts that follows that number sequencing with spelling Torah?
I'm sure there is, but we have no idea what the actual original Hebrew text was. Now, what we do know is that during the period of the Masoretes, they did actually rearrange some words to form some codes. There actually have been medieval writings about this. Like, this is a known phenomenon that the Masoretic scribes tinkered a little bit with the arrangement of some of the words to have some of these significances. But we don't actually find them in all of the texts. We only find them in like certain strains of texts.
Do you know which strains?
I mean, I could go back to the Bible code nonsense and I can show you which ones have them and which ones don't. But that's why Bible codes fail,
I would like to know because
it relies on the idea that there's only one text, and there's not one text. For every Hebrew text we have, we've got many variants of that text.
So what is the most accepted among conservative? What's the most accepted text among conservative Christians?
There's no such thing as a text. That's what I'm saying. There's no such thing as the Hebrew text. It doesn't exist.
What I'm saying is there's the Masoretic text, there's the Textus Receptus, so forth and so on.
Well, the Textus Receptus is not Hebrew. That's for the New Testament. But the Masoretic text is a collection of texts. It's not one text.
So do you agree that the Hebrews, when they supposedly received the text from God from Moses, or the scribes who transcribed the writings, do you agree that they were meticulous in copying those?
No.
And getting rid of bad copies?
Not only were they not meticulous, we know they weren't meticulous because we've got hundreds of pieces of evidence showing that they were quite literally changing text, rearranging text, inventing text, taking verses out they didn't like. In fact, Kip Davis wrote about this for his PhD dissertation. He talks about some of the redactional history on the book of Jeremiah. In fact, I've got a book by Eugene Ulrich on my shelf over here, I think. Let me see if I have it. It might be a good starting point for someone like you. You don't have to know Hebrew to read it. Give me a second. So this book has a lot of examples and pictures of the actual Hebrew manuscripts, but most of it's in English. You don't have to read Hebrew to see what's happening. But the book is called The Dead Sea Scrolls and the Developmental Composition of the Bible. So this is a good starting point for understanding some of the ways that we can tell that the texts have been changed, modified, and redacted throughout history. And he'll show you a lot of the textual variants that are in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Oh, where's my camera? There we go. And what's been added, what's been subtracted, so on and so forth. All right, so that's why Bible codes is always a losing argument, because there's no such thing as like one Hebrew text that we can go to. We have no idea what was in any of the original Hebrew texts. It's also true that originally the book would have been written in Egyptian. If Moses wrote any of it, it would have been in Egyptian, because Hebrew didn't exist yet. Hebrew didn't exist until the 9th century.
Well, I took a course one time from Moody Bible Institute, and
If I
remember correctly, it was some kind of Sumerian writing. There was two names that went with it. It was Sumerian something.
Well,
Actually, the first 5 books of the Bible are written in a legal form document.
Yeah, I think the word you're probably referring to is a suzerain vassal treaty. The book of Deuteronomy follows the format of a suzerain treaty between a suzerain and a vassal. But that's not Sumerian, that's just ancient Near East, you know?
I'm not very well schooled in that, but I do remember that detail.
Right. So if Moses was writing, he would have been writing in either Egyptian or Akkadian, one of the two languages. Those were the dominant languages of that time period. And we wouldn't expect that he wrote in Akkadian since he was trained as an Egyptian. But we have no reason to believe that these texts were written in Egyptian. And if they were written in Egyptian, they would have had to been translated from Egyptian into biblical Hebrew, probably during the United Monarchy, which means any arrangement of words would have been translated out. Like if God was involved in Moses's writing of the text, we would have lost all those Bible codes when it got translated into Hebrew.
Well, you do understand that Moses' mother was the one that raised him
Yep,
in Pharaoh's household.
she didn't know Hebrew.
Right? She was a Hebrew. Of course she did.
The Hebrew language didn't exist yet. The Hebrew language didn't exist until the 9th century.
There was a very clear distinction between the Egyptians and the Hebrews.
I'm aware, but I'm saying the Hebrew language, the language of the Bible, didn't exist yet.
I don't agree with that.
What's this true?
I believe that Hebrew was probably the original language.
No, Hebrew wasn't around until the 9th century. It came as a dialect of the Proto-Sinaitic script or one of the Proto-Phoenician scripts.
Now, when you say 9th century, are you talking about 9,000 years ago?
No, I'm talking about 900 BCE. It's invented between 900 and 1000 by most scholars.
Okay, I get you. I was thinking in thousands of years.
Right. And what's wild is even after they would have translated it into Paleo Hebrew, it still would have had to be translated out of Paleo Hebrew into Biblical Hebrew, which is what we have. Biblical Hebrew is written using Aramaic alphabetic letters. In Paleo Hebrew, they actually had a whole different set of letters, and some of the grammar functioned slightly differently as well. The grammar isn't always the same. Right? So Bible codes, this is not a good argument. I understand why they're alluring. I get it because it sounds really cool. Like there's a hidden message in the text. You can't explain it unless by God, but actually there's a lot of good explanations for it.
Well, not at specific numbers. Like if you skip certain numbers of letters and every time it lands on a certain letter, that's a message. I mean, that's not by coincidence.
Yeah, I know. And we know that the Masoretic scribes were rearranging words to put some of those messages in there.
I don't think they knew that those messages were in there. I believe
they created them.
I don't think so.
Can I ask you a question?
No way. There's no way they could have done that.
What do you mean they couldn't have done it? They can't rearrange words in a sentence?
They could not have. There's no way.
What was preventing them from doing it?
Can I just... Can I ask
it wouldn't flow with the flow of the text.
Yeah, it would.
Just a question really quickly. Like Justin has already said that like some of these manuscripts vary in word count and word usage. Have you ever done the thing that this is purported to do? Like, have you ever sat down and tried like learning some of the Hebrew and then going through the process yourself?
No, I haven't went in that great of a detail yet.
All right. Did you know that 419 scams to this day are a close to $1 billion industry?
That doesn't surprise me.
Do you know what a 419 scam is?
You talking about where people call your phone number?
No. This is so
like
much
that?
cleaner. This is 419 scams are Nigerian prince email scams.
Oh yeah, I've been hearing about those since Donahue.
Yeah, so they're still a damn near $1 billion industry, and the reason is because somebody says a thing and the other person doesn't check it. So they'll send an email that says, "Hey, I have a trunk box full of cash. If you send me $250 through Western Union," and then the other person doesn't check, and then they just go to Western Union and they get scammed. Like, I don't know if I understand if like life gets away from you, you don't have time to like sit down and learn all the Hebrew. But I think, especially for something as important as this, right? Like you're talking about eternal soul and judgment and gods and like crucifixions and prophets and all that stuff. If you're going to accept something like, hey, there's this code, I think it would be beneficial to you to like double check that code is accurate before you just say, hey, there's a code in there, right?
Yeah, obviously.
So that's what I like. If it was me, that's what I would do first. Like find the Da Vinci Code in there and then see if it's actually up to snuff. Compare it to like prints of like they have like photo replications of manuscript pieces, the ones that they put together to say, hey, this is how we put this. Like you'd be surprised if like you look at the little pieces they put together to get Deuteronomy. It's like little scraps of paper that they were like, I think this one goes. It's like a jigsaw puzzle from hell, pun intended. And so to say, hey, every 7 letters of like any book that was put together like that, I would recommend just going through it yourself.
Leviticus. Look it up in Leviticus and see if it's not true.
I have and I've already provided you a perfectly adequate explanation. And one of the other problems with Bible codes is like we can do this with anything. Like we have a book full of many thousands upon thousands of words and sentences. It's not hard to find like some sort of a meaningful sequence somewhere in it. Like that's all you're doing is just like playing bananagrams.
Yeah, but in Leviticus, if Yahweh is spelled every 7 letters.
In the book of Leviticus, it's not.
Through the whole book, or
it's not.
Maybe it's just in the middle?
It doesn't. It doesn't happen. I'm telling you.
Well, I'm going to research it more in depth.
I mean,
but
I
believe it does.
We can just look it up in Hebrew and show you.
Yeah, please.
Okay, I put it on the screen.
Find the first Yav or whatever it's called.
Okay, so the very first letter that we have is a Vav. So strike number 1, we need a Yod.
Okay, we'll find the first Yod.
The first Yod starts in letter number 2, which is actually the name of Yahweh, which is where we would expect to find it. Okay, and then the next letter after that is an Aleph. So we lost the second letter.
Skip 7. You got to skip 7.
Oh, every 7. Okay, so we got to start randomly here. So it'll go 7 words. Okay, so
we'll
go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The seventh word starts with an Aleph as well.
Okay, skip 7. See what it does.
Well, we already broke the code. We'll do 7 more. We'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The next letter is Aleph.
What is that?
It's nothing. It's just a letter Aleph. It's not even a word. Aleph is not a word.
Well, I may not be telling you the exact way to find it. So I mean, I don't know the specifics of the sequence.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, David, you're always kind and polite when you come up and talk to me, so I appreciate that. It's good hearing from you.
Yeah, you too, Justin.
All right. Take care of yourself, okay?
All right, you too. God
Cheers. David's always nice when he's up here, by the way.
He's pleasant. Did you know that they found similar prophetic messages in War and Peace and Moby Dick?
I believe that.
Like if you do, it's called equidistant letter something. And if you do the same thing in War and Peace and in Moby Dick, some people say like, hey, look at these it's like playing a record backwards. And suddenly you hear Satan or something.
I have listened to some of those like Led Zeppelin backward plays. But let me grab a couple of super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Space Lord, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Justin, conjoined twins would be witnesses. Checkmate. I said that earlier. I said conjoined twins could, but you have no way of demonstrating that the witness was true. And in order to stone somebody, you need 2 to 3 witnesses at least. So you would need conjoined triplets, I would imagine. Tarek, thank you for the $6.99 super chat. It says IP, but the Inspired Philosophy said all cultures own slaves, not just Christians, is a tu quoque fallacy. 17th century Christian apologists are 1700 years too late for the slaves. I know. Listen, he wanted to make crazy claims during that Tim Pool session about slavery, and he just couldn't. Also, I didn't have time because I got interrupted, but it doesn't matter. Even if he was right, let's imagine Christians abolished slavery. God shouldn't have allowed it in the first place. Why would it take Christianity 2,000 years almost to abolish it? That's madness. It just happens to be that the abolishment of slavery happened at the same time that everybody else was starting to abolish it. Kay, thank you for the super chat. It says, Justin, just ask him what the minimum amount of evidence required to convict her of having her virginity taken away. Simple. It ends here. You're right. The minimal amount of evidence would have been the bloody sheet. I was trying to get to that point, but I wasn't saying it quite right. So I should have used your phrasing. That would have been a really good way to phrase it. And Alan, thank you for the super chat, says oh shit. Okay, so you made a mathematical formula now for the conversation we were dialoguing with. For it looks like Deuteronomy chapter 4:2. Size T, I assume that's a variable. For I equals an index is equal to 0. So you're doing an iteration. So this is just a for statement written in C until you equal size of T, apparently. So add to God's word until God's word equals show me where it doesn't say that, and then pivot. Yeah, I think you're about right. I appreciate a good code joke. Alan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Sorry, he says my proofreading skills are crap. Oh, you got a new one. Holy shit. Okay, so something is true. Okay. Add to God's word is a function, followed by another function of show me where it doesn't say that, followed by pivot. Yes. And then complete sequence. Yes. 100%. Big love, DZ. Well, big love to you, William. I appreciate the super thanks. And thank you so much, Girl Reading, for the $10 super chat. It says, take my money for your patience. Listen, I really appreciate that, Girl Reading. I'm here doing this service so you don't have to. You know what I mean? And Jeff, too. Jeff is up here dealing with these marshmallow heads. Tallyback, thank you so much for the $19 super chat. It says, happy Sunday, Justin and everyone. Well, happy Sunday to you, Tallyback. And really appreciate you supporting the channel. And Jen, so true. Thank you for the super chat. It says virginity culture needs to fade away and never come back. I agree. Virginity culture is like the most disgusting form of patriarchy alive. And Dr. Joe, thank you for the face paint. Good to see you, friend. Rev says, look up and share Eric the God-eating penguin. That's the one I was looking for. Thank you. I knew there was a God eating something or another that I couldn't recall. Let me type it in my browser before I don't forget. God-eating penguin. All right, guys, look up the God-eating penguin. It's delightful. Was that Eric Murphy who came up with that? I'll double check on that. Just Kay, thank you for the super chat. It says, hey, Justin, good to see you again tonight. Much love. Well, much love to you, Kay. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat and for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. And Rory in here tonight. Good to see you, Rory. Says, had you the chance to read Sacred Mushrooms and Cross? I have not. I have not read that. I'm sure it's still a delightful read, but I haven't got to it yet. And Noah Lyons, again, thank you for the super chat, says, it never occurred read to me before that Jesus is God's right hand doing things that men do with their right hands. Of course, the nurse would say something. Then listen, I know nurses. I've known a lot of nurses. Y'all are just as dirty as anybody else.
That's just bonkers.
We appreciate that, but listen, you can't hide from us. We know the science gals always got their mind in the gutter. And Cranky, thank you for the super chat, says it's always just an attempt to turn possible into necessary with these folks. You're right. Yeah, referring to Cetus Cletus. Tucson, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W for being so generous. And last one, Zach, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. It says, great work on IP. What are your thoughts about it? Well, my only regret with the Tim Pool IP discussion is that I really wanted to play a trick on him that I forgot to do. I was going to read him Deuteronomy 22 and say that it came from the Quran and watch him spaz out. And then tell him it was actually from the Bible. But I just kind of ran out of time because it wasn't really my live stream. Like I couldn't force the dialogue. I had to stick with their talking points. But I really wish I would have been able to squeak that in. That would have been a lot of fun. But the only argument that they really came down to was the birth rates are so low. We have to institute Christianity. Except the birth rates in Christianity are still lower than Islam. So even if we were more Christian, the birth rates wouldn't be enough to stop the invasion of Islam, which was their argument. The other argument was that secularism leads to a collapse of morality, which explains the trans issues. So there was somebody that was assaulted, a child was assaulted in a bathroom because a trans kid was in there. But just prior to that, I made the argument that Christianity is dangerous because many thousands of children every year are molested in the church. And they dismissed it. Oh, that's not important. We don't care if, bad things happen and so on and so forth. The hand waved it away. But they want to say that we need to get rid of secularism because one child got assaulted. Crazy. Like the way you have to do a turnabout on that. Is children being assaulted a problem or not? Because if it's a problem, the church is your greatest indicator of being assaulted. It is the highest rate of assaults in any place in the USA is at a church. Your children are not safe there. All right, let me grab our next guest. Oh, sorry. Maxwell is going to come in next. Sorry, Maxwell. I know you've been waiting for a little while. I clicked on the wrong one. Pat,
Aha!
Pat, welcome in.
Snuck in there. Got it.
Pat, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes and yes.
Okay. And which God do you believe in, or multiple gods?
Well, I'm Catholic.
Okay, cool. And what'd be the best argument that would lead one to believe that the Catholic God is real?
Well, I mean, I would start with the I would start with like the fact that there should be a creator of the universe, like someone or something would like there's evidence that the universe is created by something, right? So
what's the evidence for that?
It involves lot. It's not scientific evidence. It's logical. Like,
sure. What's the argument?
Basically, everything that is has a cause, and you just can't keep going on an infinite loop.
Why can't you?
Back to because the intelligence that's reflected in the very specific balance of our universe is one that indicates an intelligent creator.
How does our universe require a creator?
Because if you were to iterate our expansion and the way that the universe developed billions and trillions and septillions of times, it wouldn't come out this way.
Why wouldn't it?
So ask a physicist on that.
I do. I live stream with a physicist almost every Sunday morning, and he disagrees.
Which guy? What's his name?
Dr. Blitz?
Yeah, I've been on his live too.
You can also talk to William Kinney or Sean Carroll, or there's a lot of modern physicists that don't believe that the universe came into being out of nothing.
So my head is spinning a little bit because it seems like we seamlessly went from the Kalam to some other notion.
Yeah, we started on the Kalam, I think.
Okay. I don't know what the Kalam is. I'm not that educated. I'm just an engineer.
So we started with everything that begins to exist has a cause, which I'm happy to. You actually said everything that exists has a cause, which is a different notion altogether. That's even stronger. And then you said that there's some reason that we couldn't have an infinite regress, and then you moved into the fine tuning.
Got it. Okay. Let me get more
Yeah.
specific on
There
the
were like,
causality.
I think 3 arguments in one, I think is what I heard.
Yeah, my bad. So let's look at like just the Big Bang. The evidence for the Big Bang would indicate that and the second law of thermodynamics would indicate that the universe is finite. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay, that's contrary to the like academic and like
What
the
is your understanding
mathematical
of what Big Bang says about the beginning of the universe?
that it like basically something akin to a singularity at the obviously the smallest we can go is the Planck length,
What is a singularity?
an infinitesimally small point.
Nope.
But I know that
No.
the models of like relativity and everything like that break down.
But that's not
at
what
that point.
singularity means.
Okay, what does it mean?
Singularity is the point at which the mathematics break down, which is what you said. It's not that
Okay.
everything was in a single point. I understand why you would want to think that those are the same thing.
Okay, got it. So, but and my understanding is that it wasn't actually infinitesimally small, like infinitely small,
Right.
but rather just really, really small.
I mean, smaller than what it is now, obviously.
Right. And then a process is enacted, is in place, essentially. I don't want to say began because that usually like indicates to someone in this type of argument that man, voice crack there. In this type of argument that that would imply that there's something before, but like we're saying there's nothing before, right?
Well, why would we think that there was nothing before the expansion of the universe?
Because of the models of the like there's a lot of evidence for the fact that we're headed towards a heat death, and there's only small evidence and unverified evidence that we're not going to continue to expand at the rate we are.
Well, I don't
So,
think we are
really,
going to expand forever.
at the rate we're at.
Right, yeah. I
Because
mean, the rate of acceleration is actually slowing.
No, it's not. They haven't verified that yet. There's another experiment that they're going to do to verify that. So I get it that you want to jump to that because it supports your viewpoint. But if we look at the evidence, the mass body of evidence that there is,
Well,
we are accelerating at a constant rate.
well, no,
And we have
I'm
been
saying
for-
that the
like,
acceleration rate of the universe, given our latest information, is that it's the acceleration rate is decreasing. Right, so it's still accelerating. It's still accelerating, but the rate of acceleration is getting less.
Again, where are you? Are you talking about like the new data that shows that the essentially I can't remember the name of it, but like the force that's pressing outward to cause us to accelerate is like changing? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm not suggesting that the force is changing. I'm saying that the measured acceleration of the expansion, that is not a constant. The acceleration rate is lessening.
The acceleration rate of the what I'm not even sure I can comprehend what that means. What
Sorry, let me be more clear. Okay, so imagine something that's not a universe. Let's imagine a car, right? So an acceleration rate might be like feet per second squared, right? So every second you're moving twice the amount of feet per second than you were moving the prior second.
Oh yeah, no, I know about like what acceleration means and what the changing acceleration means, right? I get that. I guess what I'm saying is, what is the evidence that it's not expanding at a constant, like with a constant, like force that, like for example, the force that's imparted by dark energy and dark matter. Again, I'm just dancing around all the terms here, but in general, that my understanding is that the universe has been expanding at a constant rate of acceleration for ever since that like initial stage of the Big Bang, where it like had a like sort of popped into that sort of bubble looking thing, and then went from there.
Yeah, so the latest measurements from DESI, the Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument, that's been kind of doing the mapping, is suggesting that the rate of acceleration is slowing down, which means if that's the case, it will continue to slow down.
Right, but it needs to be verified, right? Because there's so many things that can introduce error into that measurement, and so they're doing another experiment to validate that. So it's not validated.
Okay, so they did an experiment, a mapping, and they discovered that the results of the mapping suggest that it's the rate of acceleration is slowing down.
Okay, I mean, do you think that the Big Bang is just like nonsense, or what? What do you think about it?
No, I think the expansion of the universe is true, but I also think that eventually it's going to get pulled back in on itself because it's a cyclical universe, and I think this model is completely consistent.
That's the issue that I have is like, that's one of there's no evidence that that's the case. That's a huge leapfrog from one experiment.
Why is there no evidence? Like all the building blocks are there. If the expansion rate of the universe is eventually going to slow down, and if gravity is real, then eventually when the expansion slows down enough, gravity will pull it back.
If we have an external force imparted on essentially, like, let's just say the bounds of the universe, just for simplicity's sake, and that's a constant applied force, which is what the evidence suggests now, and there's an experiment that says that maybe that's changing, but then you would continue to accelerate outward until gravity, time, space, none of those have meaning.
Why wouldn't they have meaning?
Because if there's no motion, there's no time. And if there's no time, there's no space-time.
I don't think that's the way time works. Time doesn't need things to be in motion for time to exist.
Time doesn't need to... No, it's irrelevant if nothing is moving. If there's every particle is... I mean, it's kind of like what we say at the beginning. Nothing was moving. There was no concept of time. There was no like the Hartle-Hawking model where what's south of the South Pole, right?
I've heard it. Yeah.
It's like what's north of the North Pole, right? Like,
right.
Time's not going to matter at the end of it.
Mm-hmm. But that's not based on movement.
Okay, I mean that's just how I conceive of it. Maybe, yeah, technically you're probably right, but in any case, I think we're aligned on that. But my question, I guess, is like, why there's more evidence for that than there is for this collapse, for a heat death of the universe, according to everything that we observe and the observable laws of entropy and like all of those things.
So what's the evidence of the heat death?
The continuation of the laws of thermodynamics as we understand them.
But the law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to what you're referring to. Like,
to the universe?
Like the universe is eventually going to be so cold that nothing can live on it. I agree. But like, I don't see how thermodynamics has anything to do with what you're referring to.
I mean, we're talking about heat death, right? It is a thermodynamic principle that governs or we model it with thermodynamics, I guess. But the laws of thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics, says matter cannot be created nor destroyed, which the direct corollary to that is that there's a finite amount of matter and energy in the universe.
But that's not, you didn't state that correctly, and that's not the second law of thermodynamics.
What's the second law?
The second law is about the transfer of entropy or how heat works, right?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm not. Okay, sure.
So the second law of thermodynamics is based on the universal empirical blah blah blah. Just give me the text. 1 second.
It's like the entropy of the universe is always increasing, right?
All right. Second law of thermodynamics states that the entropy of the entire universe as an isolated system will always increase over time. The second law also states that the changes in entropy in the universe can never be negative.
Okay. And thus, if you extrapolate from the second law of thermodynamics, maybe the finite matter and energy, that's the first law, sorry. But yeah, the second law, if you extrapolate that, like how are you arriving at the notion that we would have a lower entropic final state?
Well, I don't think we would have a lower entropic final state, and I don't think that we're in an isolated system.
You don't think that the universe is an isolated system? It has bounds to it.
How do you
Like
know
we
that?
know that there's what?
How do you know there's a boundary
If
to
you
the
believe
universe?
I'm sorry. If you believe in the Big Bang theory, there's an inside and an outside of the universe.
Why?
There's something beyond which we don't know even what it could be. There's an edge to space-time that's accelerating.
Well, I think there's an edge to where we can measure. We have no idea where the edge of the universe is.
Okay, Einstein's theory of relativity would indicate that there is, and that there's multiple. There's like the theories say that they are the highest level of scientific verification.
I don't know how relativity has anything to do with the boundary of the universe.
Okay,
This is kind of a weird conversation too, because you don't believe in science. Right. So
what are you talking about?
So this is kind of the thing that
Catholics,
tickles me.
A Catholic priest began the Western scientific thought.
No, they didn't.
That comes from the church.
No,
man.
they didn't. They were already doing it in the Greek Empire. So here's what tickles me about religious people trying to appeal to scientists. You don't believe in the stuff. The scientists don't believe that there's God. The scientists believe in evolution. They don't believe that God created anything. So like you're appealing to people.
I don't believe in evolution because I'm Catholic.
You're appealing to people that disagree with your actual position. The Bible says that things were created. The Bible says that roughly 6,000 years ago, God created the earth.
Oh, I see. So you're reading it with a modernist view, an ancient.
That's just what the words mean.
Yeah, no, that's not how that works, man.
Yeah, it does.
I don't think we can have this conversation because if you think that I, as a Catholic, can't believe in evolution.
Is Jesus' genealogy in the book of Luke accurate?
Is Jesus' genealogy in the book of Luke accurate?
Yeah.
I would believe so, or as accurate as Luke thought it was.
Well, I'm asking you, is it accurate? Is this the word of God? Because according to the church, there's no untrue things in the word of God.
Right. And truth is so if things are okay, I think you have a misconception of what it means to be like a belief, like a Catholic belief. The Catholic belief.
I know what the Catholics believe. I went to 12 years of Catholic school.
So why would you think that I think there's a creation? That is not a position of the church.
Because the church believes that the biblical text is true in all that it teaches.
Yeah, but so it's true, but truth is one, and things that are scientifically true can also be true in another sense. The way that those authors
the Bible.
What contradiction are you talking about? The story of Genesis, which was written to an ancient people for them to understand
about Luke chapter 3. We're talking about Luke chapter 3, and Luke chapter 3 makes a definitive statement showing Jesus' genealogy going back to the first human being.
Okay. And what's wrong with I mean, science indicates that there's a first human being.
Where do we learn about a first human
Are
being?
we all related to a single set of parents?
Where do we learn in the Bible that there's a first human being?
I'm sorry?
Where in the Bible do we learn about these first human beings?
In Genesis.
Great, fantastic. And are they the first humans?
They're the first humans with rational souls.
Okay.
That God
did God create any humans before them?
Expand your thinking. What'd you say?
Did God create any humans before them?
Evolution happened.
I'm saying, did God create any humans in the text before them?
No.
Okay, and how many days preceded the creation of Adam and Eve?
Oh, so you think a day means it has to just be a day, or it can't
Yep.
be? It can't be. Or it can't be a. What's the word? Allegory. It can't be allegorical.
Nope.
It can't have that type of truth. It has to have the scientific type of truth.
Yep, because the Hebrew word yom just means day, which is why in the text at the end of each day,
And you know how they would have interpreted that, right?
I do. So it says, so there was
You
evening.
know that an ancient Hebrew. You know that the mind of the.
I do, because they wrote on it. So it says, God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. So there was evening and morning the first day. And then after day number 2, it says, so there was evening and there was morning, second day. Day number 3, there was evening and there was morning, third day. That's what it means. The Hebrew word yom just means day. I don't know if he's muted, but
Yeah, I was muted. I don't know why, but you. So basic. I mean, the Catholic stance on this is the truth that it imparts, and like read up on Pope Benedict and like the things he said. The truth is one. There's one truth, and things that are scientific, which we believe to be true, are not in like contradiction to the other things that are true. And
They
so,
are,
what's
though.
the no? If you were to make that claim, then what would be the only logical explanation? The meaning that the author's intent is not the extrapolation you're making from it.
Oh, so it doesn't actually matter what the words mean.
Okay, so you think that if an author's intent is different than what the words mean, that it can't that author's intent is invalid somehow?
The question is, do the words have meanings?
Like, you ever read Huck Finn? Is that a racist book?
I have read Huck
Like,
Finn.
you're just jumping all over the place.
I have read
I
Huck
can answer
Finn.
that question.
Try to follow along here. So, do words have
just-
meanings? What's up, Jeff?
Just in the interest of answering that Huck Finn question, yes, very much so. Yes.
Yeah. He's about to say that the meanings of the words mean whatever you need them to mean in order to preserve your faith. That's where he's going.
No.
Okay.
So you're saying that Huck Finn
Do words have meanings?
they have many meanings and they have many ways you can interpret them.
Okay, and how do we know what a word means?
How do we know what a word means?
Yeah.
There's an entire like branch of study called linguistics
I'm aware.
that we follow to kind of trace the meaning of words, but words are a funny thing. They're not one thing. In modern English, after Shakespeare, we think that they are, but that's not how it has been and not how it will be as words continue to
You
develop.
didn't answer the question. How do we know what words mean?
I don't know. That's what I'm
So
saying.
you don't know.
The
So you're telling me that the words of Genesis chapter 1, you know that they mean something, but you don't know how words have meanings.
What? I don't know. I don't know
This
how
is crazy
the exact
that somebody would
mechanism
get
by
up and
which-
say, we don't know how words have meanings.
I think
the
that
meanings of
I think
words
you're
are
just caught with your
supplied by the
pants down because
cultures.
you didn't realize that the church isn't a creationist church. You were
It is.
misinformed. Man.
I went to 12 years of Catholic school.
12 years?
I know what the church
Oh man,
teaches.
that means you know everything about the faith.
I can actually just show you. I can show you in the catechism. I've got it on my shelf. The catechism never says evolution is true.
No, but the Pope in like encyclicals has said that evolution is an enrichment of the faith and that it is not contradictory
It
to the
is
faith.
contradictory.
Okay, well, you know better than
And
people who study this their whole lives, then, man. I guess because you're on TikTok
well,
and you have 600 people following you. Like
I
what?
think you mean 68,000, and then like another 27 or 28,000 on YouTube.
Okay.
So
sorry. How many?
I know counting's really difficult for believers, but so as it turns out, just saying that it's true because the Catholic Church says it's true isn't a good argument, because like the rest of Christianity would disagree with you. So just appealing to the Catholic
rest
Church,
of Christianity was.
appealing to the Catholic Church isn't the win that you think it is. The big question is, what is the text actually saying? And according to the text, there's a finite number of people going all the way back to Adam. And Adam was created during a series of 6 days of creation marked off by day and night. And this was what the actual Hebrew people understood it to mean. If you just read the writings of the Hebrews, they'll tell you that. In fact, in the writings of the Talmud, they'll say that Genesis 1:1, this day-night cycle, it actually starts with the night. That's where they get this idea that the beginning of the day is at sunset, not at sunrise.
Right.
Okay, so
Okay.
the originators of the text, the people who wrote the text and was in their original language, agree with me.
No, that's not true, man. Like
It
they
is
had
true.
no idea of what we know about the Earth and the universe, and that's not the types of things they were thinking about.
Yeah, it was.
Like they were thinking about. Okay, I mean, I guess if you unequivocally say that, then I don't know how to argue with that.
I know
Like-
you don't, because it literally says. Sorry, I can't make this text any bigger. Let me see if
So
I can make this
how
text
do you
bigger.
think the Pope would say the things that?
Nobody gives a fuck about your Pope. Okay, so in the Talmud, if we go to Berachot, it says, according to this verse, where it says, there was evening and there was morning, day number 1. According to the commentary in Berachot, it says, according to this verse, day begins with the evening and not the morning. So they understood
Yeah.
these to be literal days. They're not metaphorical days.
Okay, but that's like you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying because in a certain part they explain the nature of day and night, that means that.
The word day
The
means
cre-
day.
Okay, but what is
a day of
important?
creation is a period of time that corresponds to a day. The same, it's the explanation for why days are days.
Okay, so like, if you were going to go to an ancient people and said, "Hey, there's this thing called evolution," but like all of these things where they have no concept of like what is a gene, what is this, what is that? Like you're thinking that
they know what days are?
Like, how do you explain something like
Do
I'm
they know
five?
what
You
days
explain
are?
it in a very simplified manner, which
So
is
I
the
knew what
point
days
of the
were
story.
before I was 5.
Okay, but
Okay, so do they
point
know
of
what
the
days are?
story, you know the first one is a poem, right?
Do you
The
know
first chapter is a poem.
do you know the meaning of the word day? Because like a
Yes.
first grader could tell you what the word day meant.
And a eighth grader could tell you about multiple meanings in language.
Sure.
Like-
So show me in the Bible where
And you're saying no, that you can't.
sure,
have
show
that.
me in the Bible where a day referring to the morning and the evening is not a 24-hour period.
Revelation, all the symbolic language using day and night.
I'm sorry, was that written in Hebrew or Greek?
You said in the Bible.
Obviously, the Hebrew text. We're talking about
You can
the
change
meaning
your question. Obviously, okay.
We're talking about Hebrew words.
Okay.
So show me in the Hebrew text where a day, an evening, and a morning is not 24 hours.
Like in Genesis.
Anywhere in the Hebrew text. Find me any
What we're
text in
talking
the
about,
Hebrew Bible.
I don't know how else to help you. Like, if you look, just understand that your view of what the church teaches about science is completely skewed by Okay,
The church has issued multiple rulings on a lot of these topics. There's no official, unequivocal church ruling on the age of the universe, just like there's not an unequivocal church ruling on slavery. There were popes that endorsed slavery, and then there were popes that condemned it. So the church, if the popes are contradicting themselves on slavery, then I could care less if the pope said something about evolution. That's not helping your point.
Okay, but what you're saying is what they're teaching is something that it's not. Like it's just not. I mean, young Earth creationism as a concept is very novel.
No,
it's a Protestant concept. Okay,
it's literally not novel. That's what almost everyone believed until the modern time period.
Yeah, no, they
almost all
weren't thinking
Christianity.
about what?
Almost all of Christianity believed in young Earth creationism because that's what the Bible says.
And then the church carried out Western scientific thought and discovered
The church
the
did
Big
not.
Bang. Yeah, the concept of
the
the
church
Big Bang
quite
was
the church quite
Lemaitre.
literally suppressing all of these scientists. Have you
Okay, so
ever
Lemaitre,
heard of the
who was
Laborum
a
Prohibitorum?
so you're just gonna ignore this Lemaitre thing?
Yeah, I am, because it's irrelevant. Do you know what the Laborum
The Catholic Church came up with the Big Bang
The
Theory. Okay,
Catholic Church
yeah,
did not.
yep. Lemaitre, who is a Catholic priest,
But just saying that a
the
Catholic
the
person
church
is equal
acknowledged
to
it,
the
and that was the
Catholic,
theistic.
they didn't. So
Okay,
just
you're just
listen for
unverifiably false.
listen for 5 seconds. Just because a Catholic person did a thing doesn't mean that it came from the Catholic Church. For the same reason that you wouldn't credit Islam with any of the mathematics that they came up with. It wasn't because of Islam. It just happened to be that a guy who was Islamic was really good at math. Like, that's not really
An entire culture came up with algebra.
So as it turns out, I've never been excommunicated. So technically, I'm still a Catholic person, and I've contributed to atheism. So it would be weird for me to just be like the Catholic Church has contributed to atheism. But Justin, I thank you, because I didn't even think to go look at the Catechism in paragraph 159. It's very vague, very very vague.
On purpose.
On purpose.
Yeah.
Come on.
Now this
Though
guy,
faith is above reason,
go ahead.
there can never be any real discrepancy between faith and reason, since the same God who reveals mysteries and infuses faith has bestowed the light of reason on the human mind. God cannot deny himself, nor can truth ever contradict truth. Consequently, methodical research in all branches of knowledge, provided it is carried out in a truly scientific manner and does not override moral laws, can never conflict with the faith, because the things of the world and the things of faith derive from the same God. The humble and persevering investigator of the secrets of nature is being led, as it were, by the hand of God in spite of himself, for it is God, the conserver of all things, who made them what they are. That's so vague.
Yeah, so what that means is you're either interpreting it wrong or they truly contradict.
It just means you're wrong. If you disagree with the church,
either
you're
they
wrong.
logically, either it means the science and faith contradict, or you're interpreting the way that we believe it wrong.
Heads I win, tails you lose.
That's basically what he said.
No, okay, so if the faith and science contradict, you win, right? I'm saying it's either that or you're interpreting it wrong.
But your faith is a moving goalpost. That's the problem.
My faith is a moving goalpost.
You're saying if science and faith contradict, then it's a problem. But your faith is a moving goalpost, because for the majority of history, your faith taught that the beginning of all things was a 6-day creation period that ended with the creation of mankind.
So is science a moving goalpost because they used to believe in phlogiston?
Science is a moving goalpost, yeah.
Yeah, and guess what?
Because we're
all
learning.
Knowledge is a moving goalpost. Yeah, including the knowledge related to the faith.
But the knowledge of the Bible shouldn't be a moving goalpost.
Okay, it shouldn't, just arbitrarily. Arbitrarily, okay. All right, well, I gotta go, man. This has not been productive.
Yeah, definitely not. All right. We didn't even get to talk about the Laborum Prohibitorum. There's actually a long-running list that started in the 1600s by the Catholic Church, banning books. They weren't just burning heretics. They weren't just executing people doing science. They were banning all of their books as well. Dougal, thank you so much for all the love paint. I really appreciate that. Let me read you some of the names on the list of banned books. I think you'll find some of them quite interesting. There's Nicholas Copernicus, Johannes Kepler, René Descartes, Lafont, Montesquieu, Voltaire, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Victor Hugo, even philosophers like Jean-Pierre Sartre. Desiderius Erasmus is on there as well. I can't believe they even got John Calvin, the writings of John Calvin, but he was a Protestant. I get that. And they've got even like fictional writers like John Milton, Baruch Spinoza, John Locke is on there, Francis Bacon. Yeah. The church gave us science as they were banning all their fucking books. Give me a break. The lies you have to tell yourself to stay in this faith. It's wild to me. Optimus Rhyme says David is hanging on for dear life. Yeah, David was hanging on, but he's a good guy. He really is. Evan, thank you for becoming a 12-month subscriber. I appreciate that. And Arcadia Jade, thank you for subscribing. And Savage also, thank you for subscribing on TikTok, guys. I really appreciate that. And Just a Ranter, thank you for the super chat. It says, wow, who would have thought that the not a god of confusion would encode random secret messages throughout his book to confirm our bias? It is also true. If God is not an author of confusion, how come you can't open up the book and know what it means? You have to have a constantly moving target that seems to always have to match what science says. So whenever science changes, we got to go in and change the meaning of the word so it doesn't contradict the science. Maximilian, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that, friend. Says, remember my recent foreskin or Forsaken? I did it again. God damn it. I can't read the word Forsaken without thinking foreskin. Please stop putting that word in super chat. It's never going to go away. It's here forever. I'm never going to be able to read that word. Remember my recent Forsaken comment. Foreskin may be fresher in your mind. You're making it up for us tonight and with angelic patience. Hi to David and Jeff. Well, thank you so much, Maximilian. I really appreciate you being here. And you got me twice now. Twice using the same damn word. You said Forsaken, and my brain went to foreskin. Listen, it's impossible to read the Bible and not think about foreskins because it's on God's mind. I guess that means I've got the mind of God because God's always worried about people's foreskins. So, and I am the Messiah, so we'll see. I mean, maybe I'm God. Maybe that's why foreskin's on my mind all the time. Lee here, thank you for the super chat, says, please ask one of them if they would still worship if there was no reward in heaven. That's actually a really good question. I have asked that to quite a few people, especially when they're arguing for nonsense gods. Like, what's the benefit? Like, is there a benefit to the God? And if there's no benefit, why are you up here fighting for your life on this God claim? Chip says, sorry, Justin, but the universe expansion is accelerating, not decelerating. I know it's accelerating. I am aware. I appreciate the super chat, but Chip, this is where listening is very important, and I that's why when I talk to Christians about this, I have to say it 5 times. The rate of acceleration is slowing. I'm not saying that the expansion is decelerating. I'm saying the acceleration rate at which it is accelerating less and less. Now, eventually, when something stops accelerating, that just means it's not accelerating anymore, right? It doesn't mean it's not expanding. It can still be expanding even if the rate of acceleration is no longer there. It could just be expanding at a constant rate. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is if we're moving, if the pattern is that the rate of acceleration is decreasing, eventually it'll get to a point in which it's no longer accelerating. It's just moving at a constant. If that keeps happening, then it'll go from a constant to a deceleration, right? So the question is if that will actually happen. And I think it actually will happen. That's the point that I'm making. But I appreciate the super chat either way. Arc Lord said, it's easy to know everything about faith. Just read the Bible with a shred of honesty and bravery. I don't know who you're talking to, but I do know everything about what the Bible teaches. Now, everyone's interpretations about the Bible are obviously different. There's no one way to read and interpret the Bible. And that guest, is clinging on to the Catholic Church teaching, but the Catholic Church teaching basically is a moving target, always has been. Chandler says, have you seen Dear Kelly yet? Look up the trailer. I've not seen Dear Kelly, but I'm definitely going to have to look up Dear Kelly. Now I want to know what Dear Kelly is. Is it a movie? Let me see. Dear Kelly is sophomore. It's a short film. Okay, I'll look it up. I'll check it out. Thanks for the recommendation. And Optimus Rhymes, thank you for the super chat, says Jeff has the... Wait, what? Jeff has the worst copium addiction I have ever seen. Everyone liked the stream and donate to Deconstruction. This dude, I think Jeff wasn't the one talking prior. I think you're referring to the Jeff that was, or the person that was up here while Jeff was up here with me. Jeff is not having copium. Jeff is with me, Optimus Rhymes.
However, I have entered a 12-step program just in case.
And Josiah says, When is a day not a day, a week not a week, a year not a year? When a theist needs to twist their narrative. That's 100%. That's 100% it. Whenever the text disagrees with reality, just go to words don't mean words, you know? So we got Max with us now. How you doing, Max?
Yeah, first time taking in your live, and I like the vibe. I wanted to come up and speak. But then as I was listening and I realized maybe I don't qualify
Oh,
technically.
okay.
Because I'm like I was raised Christian. I'm over 18, but at this point, I wouldn't consider myself a quote unquote Christian. But I
Sure.
do not feel that God is fictional.
Sure. Okay.
I don't.
Well,
I don't ascribe. Okay, sorry. You were gonna ask me something.
no, it's okay. I think there's a delay between our audio. Okay, so it sounds like
Okay.
you've kind of deconstructed from Christianity, but you still are kind of agnostic.
Yeah, because especially with like the new advents with the whole conversation of consciousness
Mm-hmm.
and the idea of what that means if we were to flip the equation and think about consciousness being the original state, and then from there, matter and time and space and everything evolves from that. So I've been thinking about that, and I'm like, if there's really scholars in the space speaking that way, maybe not the Abrahamic God or whatever the case may be is the answer. Which, in a sense, like I said, maybe I'm not qualified to be on the live because I'm not necessarily
That's
running with
okay.
that dogma. But I still believe that there would have to be some kind of, I don't know if you would call it a being or energy or state of intelligence that permeates at this point for all of us to have this thing called consciousness.
Well, let's talk
That
about that a little bit.
Okay, cool.
So, like, you're not crazy. Other people have had the same thought. So, like we've heard this before. Don't worry.
Okay,
So
cool.
I guess what I would ask is, where do we find the connection between us existing and like eternal conscious mind?
Um, that's an interesting question. The way, let me just be sure that I understand. You're talking about the fact that that I'm saying there's an everlasting consciousness outside of our individual experiences.
Right. That's what I'm
Um,
asking. Yeah, I want to know the
okay.
process that gets
Or
you
that,
there.
yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, so now I understand that's your the question. Um, it's interesting to me how life regenerates itself,
Hmm.
that it's two individuals or whatever, even if it's a single cell organism that replicates itself. But in our situation as humans, when we replicate, that being has a consciousness too, right? We don't know, in a sense, how that begins outside of the fact that it was two parents ahead of time that created that energy for it to start. So when I kind of extrapolate and say, well, consciousness is emitting consciousness, right? Like two beings are coming together, right? And in ancient scripts, they look at the woman and the man as opposing energies, negative, positive, right? So there's different ways where
Wait,
if science at this point is saying,
which one's the negative
right,
energy?
like not negative as in the how we look at it connotation, but negative as an opposing polar like a binary.
Okay.
So that when they come together, that's how consciousness is reproducing itself. So when I look at that, and because I just exist, there's no way for me to really test my consciousness to say like, what does that mean if it's not based on it existing first? Because I don't understand myself having a mechanical existence without the conscious existence to partner with it. So it almost makes me think that there would have to be something that was already conscious before me to emit me, or before the beginning of humanity, if you were to say.
Yeah, I get why you would think that. I think here's kind of where the hang up I have is I'm not sure that consciousness is a thing that exists on its own. I think it's like a derivative of the brain. And I think some of the best
Mm.
examples for this are, have you ever read the split brain experiments?
About how they're still able to get motor function with half the brain.
Well, they did get motor function when they. So what happened was there was some experimental procedures that they enacted for people who had like seizures, and there was this idea that if you bisect and split the two different hemispheres of the brain, that they can reduce some of the unwanted seizures. And so they did. They bisected some of the connecting bits between the two different hemispheres, and what they found is it does actually reduce the seizures, but also ended up producing what we're going to call dual consciousnesses. For example, you might have heard that, like, the left side of your body or the right side of your brain and the left side of your brain process things differently. Like one might process things
Mhm.
auditorily, one might process things visually. And like one will operate the left side of the body, one will operate the right side of the body. And so what happened was they discovered that when they were doing these brain splittings, and the Roger Sperry split brain experiments is what you want to look up for this. It went on for about 10 different years. Is that people actually took on competing consciousnesses, meaning there was one guy, and I'll never forget the explanation because I think it's the best way to explain it. They would give them tasks to do, like complete this task with your left side of your body. Now complete it with the right side of your body. Now complete the task using both hands. And so one of the tasks was buttoning up the shirt because it requires both hands typically, right? And what he found was, they couldn't button the shirt with both hands. He buttoned it with one hand, and as he was buttoning it with one hand, his other hand was coming behind him and unbuttoning the shirt. He couldn't actually control his motor skills with both hands involved. And so it's really interesting that like consciousness seems to be a derivative of the brain, and we can actually manipulate it and change it. We can even change
No,
people's
I
desires.
understand. So I understand that experiment explaining that motor function and the idea of brain sending signal is completely linked, and that we can definitely control that. So, for instance, your heart beats, but you could also be from your heart beating, you breathe, but you could also breathe, right? You can go into focusing on your breath, whether you're meditating or you're just running or whatever, and you're thinking about breathing, you could actually consciously breathe. So there is an idea that consciousness is self-evident because these actions are moving in our body, but at the same time, we look at other things that don't have a brain, have their emotions, have their ways of interacting with the environment. And folks are arguing whether these things are also conscious too, and what that actually means. What does consciousness mean? Is it a construct of the human mind, or is it an idea that permeates all things and that gives us the way to interact with our environment?
Right.
So it's kind of now how we're defining consciousness. And I'm not saying I'm going to define it today, but it's an interesting thought, which makes me then not want to just so quickly say, well, God has to be fictional.
No, I get
Maybe
you.
Christianity, you know what I mean?
Listen, I don't think you're
Also, I had a
crazy.
question about something you said earlier. I wanted to search about it, but I didn't know the right spelling,
Mhm.
which you were speaking about the suzerain vassal theory,
Oh
but I
yeah.
can't spell that.
Yeah, that's actually a tough one. I can actually there's a book you want to get that's got some examples of it too. You can get a free
Okay.
PDF copy. This is there we go, ancient Near Eastern text relating to the Old Testament. Now there are better volumes you can buy from the ancient Near East, but this one you can get for free if you know how to Google properly. But a suzerain vassal
You
treaty,
said ancient Near East.
right.
Missed
Mhm.
the last of it.
Oh,
The stream went by fast.
yeah. It's ancient Near Eastern texts relating to the Old Testament by James Pritchard.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I would say I'm more like a rice Christian at this point.
Mhm.
So understanding how culturally that permeates, like I've been using the word permeate so much, I don't know why that's on my mind. But whatever. Why that culture is so entrenched in like the religiosity is so entrenched in my culture, and how that affects economics, so many different things, being a law-abiding citizen in certain ways, not even researching laws because you're not even maybe the person to research your Bible. So I see, and that's why I value these streams, and I wanted to come up to kind of catch your vibe because I do appreciate individuals who want to have these discussions and not be just immediately critical and disrespectful to folks who have faith.
Hmm.
So I've been just seeing how you guys been engaging with folks, and I really do rate that.
Yeah, Max, I
But
really
yeah, you were gonna
appreciate
break
that.
down something to me.
Yeah. So, in the these type of treaties are really common in the ancient Near East, and it's basically when like a larger foreign power makes an agreement with a lesser power. And so, like for
Mm.
example, it's kind of like what the mobsters used to do. The mobsters would like shake people down and be like, "Listen, pay me a certain amount of money, and we'll protect you. But also, if you don't, we'll hurt you." And that's kind of
Yeah,
like a vassal treaty, right? They become your vassal, not necessarily because they need you, but because you do offer protection, but also they could also hurt you. So it's like hedging your bets. And the book of
there's really
Deuteronomy,
no way around it.
right? Yeah, and the book of Deuteronomy is formatted like a suzerain vassal treaty, and
Mm.
this has been a pretty widely observed phenomenon in the study of the ancient Near East. In fact, I think there's a section about it. Hold on. I think in the introduction to Deuteronomy in Eugene Carpenter's uh, entry, I think he's got some snippets on it. Let's see if he actually brought it up in his commentary. He's
Is there a specific chapter that you- you're referring to, or just the entire book itself? You're saying?
I would say more towards like chapter 28. Chapter 28 starts like a very familiar list of blessings and cursings, which are pretty familiar to suzerain treaties. In fact, there's one. There's. Let me read you.
Yeah. Now I get what you're now. Okay, now I get what you're saying.
Right, like if you break this treaty, here are the bad things that will happen to you. If you don't break the treaty, here are the good things
There's all
that
the good
will.
things.
Exactly. Yeah. Let me see if I've got it.
But it's interesting. That's in a sense how our world governments move to this day
Yeah, you're not
in
wrong.
terms of
Yeah. So
So the Christendom is kind of intertwined with secularism at this point. I'm not saying that we're all Christian by just being, but in a sense, when you look at how the Bible evolves itself into um, everyday law and culture and the fiat system and everything that it preaches to still respect the Roman Empire,
mhm.
there's kind of it kind of gives credence for the Christians to believe in God because society is kind of built by that same idealism where even if you believe in conspiracy theories, these are the same books that they say these elite are using to put their codes in. You guys were speaking earlier about Bible codes,
Mhm.
but regardless whether it was the original deity that coded it or it was a bunch of scribes, if it exists and people are living to it, there's an idea that consciousness, a manifestation of the mind, will create a Jesus reality, a Jesus consciousness, even if we as atheists don't want to believe in it. So to me, like I'm looking at life because it's my first time doing this thing. I wake up every day between these two eyes, and I just try and figure this shit out. And not saying that I'm throwing away the faith or that I'm completely through the faith.
Well,
More kind of just
is it possible that there
yeah.
is a God or multiple gods, but it's just not the Christian version?
I don't know if there's multiple. I feel okay. Yeah, maybe. Are you saying God in like the religious idea of God, or what do you mean when you say God?
Well, what I'm suggesting is like it seems like were you raised in the Christian faith?
Yeah, I was. Yeah,
Okay,
so that's why
so
I'm saying I'm a rice Christian
right,
because
so
if you know the term,
right, yeah. Rice means raised in Christian, what was the E for?
Well, I just mean historically, rice Christians were populations who were forced, just like you're saying, either you join the Christendom or you die. And the benefits is you join the Christendom and you're part of, you go to heaven and all that stuff, or we kill you. So
Spread by the sword. Yeah,
that,
yeah,
that
for sure.
yeah, so when that's the history of your people becoming that, right? Like I'm Jamaican background. Jamaica has the most churches per capita, um,
Hmm.
land wise, right? So it's just a very heavily evangelized place.
Right. So,
But when you research the antiquities of that, it's not like my culture just came upon it and decided to become Christians for that reason. If that was the case, maybe my arguments would have to be different. But for that case, I'm more so looking to science, right? And science right now is at a crux where the consciousness conversation can't be really explained by the physicists in a mechanical way, like how you're saying with that one experiment. That's why I feel the retort on that is more about the brain and function, which is more a mechanical phenomenon more than explaining to consciousness.
well, I guess the next question I would ask is, if we're still talking about consciousness, is there any good evidence that would lead us to conclude that our consciousness can survive outside of our brain? Because we have done some tests, like we've used deep brain stimulation, and we've also used DMT to trigger out of body experiences
Mhm.
in a laboratory setting, to see if, when somebody is having an out of body experience, if they can validate it by like being able to like turn around and see something that they couldn't see because in their body they're actually looking in this direction. And
Mhm.
they've never been able to do it yet, even though they're
Yeah, I know all the tests for consciousness have come out inconclusive. We're not. I don't think we even are at the stage of understanding the depth of what we are needing to measure. I think I think it's still a philosophical. I'll be honest and say I think it's still a philosophical conversation more than a lab conversation, because I think what is happening in the quantum science world right now is so new, and the fact that we have companies saying there's quantum computers, I don't know if that's even true or just rhetoric, right? So it's so new, this whole idea of, and I've been doing a lot of research on quantum computing, but I still don't see how that relates to what the physicists have been speaking about in terms of waves and particles. So yeah, that, like I said, this conversation is dope because I wanted to more so see what your vibe was, and you're really open to having a conversation. I don't really have the proper retort today to necessarily answer these questions, but I do think from this conversation I will go back and do some more research. Next time you're live and I'm here, I will come up again and see if if maybe I can convince you that consciousness is something that is happening outside of the body.
Mhm.
Um, not compared to radios, but the idea that our brains is not literally connected to anything, but we receive unlimited thought in a way that can't be quantified in terms of time. The idea of time passing in the mind, or the time passing, is is a is a phenomenon that we're still trying to understand what time is in that construct, where maybe there's two versions of time. And that to me is something that I want to research more about, because I'm really that's a concept that was just introduced to me over the last month and a bit. So I'm
Okay.
still understanding and reading about that.
Well, listen, I appreciate you coming up, and come back anytime. I'd love to talk more about these topics with you.
Yeah, appreciate the room, appreciate the vibe, and sorry I wasn't as fiery as the last dude,
It's okay.
but yeah, bless.
All right. Keep researching. Have a good one, buddy.
I will. Same.
I remember being in my deconstruction journey and really looking into like lots of scientific theories that could validate the existence of a God. Once I realized that the biblical text couldn't, And so like I really get it. I understand, you know, the guy's on a journey. You know, I want him to find what's true. I think all of us want people to find what's true. You know what I mean? So best of luck to him. Big Z, thank you for the super chat. Says, why has this become my favorite form of entertainment? Praise Doug, hail Chef Justin. Well, I listen, Big Z, I don't know, but you know, as long as we're alive, we're going to try to do as much cooking as possible. Thank you for being here. And Acme says, my foreskin is forsaken. Shit. That's a good, listen, mine too. This is the craziest thing. You know, you talk to a lot of Christians, and the minute you read the Old Testament law to them, they'll be like, we don't follow the law. We don't have to do any of that. That's all gone away with. Well, how come like 99% of Christians are circumcised? What are we doing? Why are Christian parents still demanding that their children get circumcised? Paul himself says if you take on the mark of circumcision, you are required to follow the whole of the law. So Christian parents in the USA demanding that their children get circumcised because they're Christians they're quite literally doing the thing that Paul told them not to. It's crazy. And
Doesn't Paul say that if you're circumcised, like Jesus is useless to you?
yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's nothing.
Such a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. Noah Lion again, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, did you know, listen, we did a lot of foreskin talk tonight. Did you know foreskins make really good skin grafts? Maybe God needed them for skin grafts after accidentally burning himself in hell. Holy shit. That's such a good observation. That explains. So foreskins are like the exterior form of stem cells, basically. And so God at some point ran out of created powers and had to harvest humanity's foreskin so that he can keep building humans. That's what happened. I think we finally cracked the code. In order for God to keep generating human beings, he needed to have all the foreskins. So God has got a collection of foreskins up in heaven. That's what he's doing with all the foreskins. So basically, if I'm following this logic just right, humans are going to stop to be created once God runs out of foreskin. So all we have to do is stop circumcising people, and we can bring in the end times. And then finally, we're at the end. We can get the rapture and get all these Christians out of here. So you've heard it here. It's official. Make sure no one gets circumcised. We can finally get to the end and get these Christians raptured out of here. Optimus Rhymes, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, God damn it. Sorry, Jeff. Doug, forgive me. It's okay, Optimus. We knew who you meant. We knew who you meant. Don't worry. And last one, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Josie says, keep up the good work, Justin. You helped wake me up. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And we're doing what we can. We're trying to wake people up. We're trying to, get people to be realistic with what the evidence is. But Ray, welcome in.
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing, Ray?
Oh, good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. Ray, are at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 18 and I'm a Christian.
Cool. What'd be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Wait, okay. I don't know if I can convince you because I'm kind of bad at debating, but
That's okay.
me-
It does okay. Just give it your best go, and we'll see what happens.
I mean, for me, it has to do a lot with my personal experience, but that probably doesn't mean much to other people. And I guess another thing is I feel like people haven't been able to convince me otherwise.
Okay.
So what's like one
we can work on that.
one thing? Like what's like one thing that like you have against my faith?
Oh, perfect. I'm glad you asked. So let me ask you a question. Do you believe that Jesus is Messiah because he's fulfilled the messianic prophecies or because he rose from the dead?
Wait, because he's fulfilled the messianic prophecies, or because he's rose from the dead?
Yeah, which one of those two things makes him the Jewish Messiah?
Isn't it like both?
It
And
can,
like other things too?
well, it can be depending on your worldview, right? So if you're a Jew, your worldview would be no, right? Because raising from the dead is not a messianic prophecy. But fulfilling the messianic prophecies would make you the Messiah if you're Jewish. Now, Christians have to add in the resurrection, or else they don't. They're like, well, I mean, obviously he had to resurrect, or else it's a useless artifact. But
Wait,
there's
is the resurrection part of the prophecies?
nope.
Wait, why do we have to add it in then?
Because it's the only explanation for the faith, right? So that's why I started asking this question, is because if you go to the prophecies of the Old Testament, there's nothing actually about like anyone dying for your sins and all that nonsense.
Okay, I see.
And resurrecting, dying and rising. And I should have completed that sentence, right? So, but we do have like very clear like examples too of like the text doing things that we wouldn't expect it to do. And I know that sounds weird. Let me explain a little bit better because I don't want you to be lost. Have you read the book of Hosea at all?
I have, but I don't remember
It's okay.
much from it.
It's okay. We'll go over it. Okay. So Hosea is writing at a time period in which the Syrian army is like imminently about to invade. And God is saying that, you know, he's getting ready to punish the people of Israel and Judah using the Assyrian army because they've been so like wicked, you know what I mean? And
Right.
in laying down the rationale for the punishment, we find some of that rationale in Hosea chapter 11. I'll put it on the screen. It says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to the idols." What moment in history does that sound like?
Probably wandering in the wilderness.
Nailed it. You got it. Yeah, this is talking about when the Israelites left Egypt. They had the Exodus, and then they were wandering in the wilderness. And what they do, they were building calves, and they were, you know, doing idolatrous practices. Okay, so this is just a historical account of what happened. And the reason why this is important, though, is because he's giving the historical account as a reason to condemn the people. It says they behaved wickedly, right? And then it says, "Yet it was I who taught Ephraim to walk and took them in my arms. They did not know that it was I that healed them. I led them with cords of human kindness, with bands of love. I was to them like those who lift infants to their cheeks and bent down and fed them." And then he says all that to say, "They shall return to the land of Egypt, and Assyria shall be their king, because they have refused to return to me." Okay, so in context here, it seems pretty clear that verses 1 to verses 4 are about the past, and then the prophecy starts in verse 5, right?
Yes. So
Cool.
here, like, God is saying that because of like Israel's disobedience from the wilderness, he's gonna give them over to the Assyrians.
Basically, yeah. Now, this is not like all that like monumental, except when you go to the New Testament. If you go to Matthew chapter 2, I think 13 through 17 for now, we'll grab. That should have the section we want. It talks about how Joseph, Mary, and Jesus had to escape to Egypt. And it says, because they didn't want Jesus to get murdered, right? And it says, "Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, 'Out of Egypt I have called my son.'" So it's really interesting here. Matthew takes that quotation from Hosea and completely changes the meaning of it. He says, no, it's actually a prophecy now. But like, to me, this is like dishonest coping.
Wait, this is Matthew. What chapter is it for verse 15?
Yeah, chapter 2.
Chapter 2, verse 15. And this was like in reference to the Hosea.
Yeah, this is a quotation from Hosea chapter 11. Hmm.
Okay. Wait, so you're saying like this like doesn't count as like a fulfillment of the other passage we just read?
Hmm. Yeah, because the other passage wasn't even a prediction. It was just something that happened in the past. And Matthew reads that and say, hey, there's some words on a page that I like. I'm just going to rip them out and say it's a prophecy now. But that's not how prophecies work.
Oh, okay. I feel like to respond to that, I'd have to like Google
That's
something
okay.
and
I know. Don't worry. Listen, we're here 3 nights a week. You're welcome to Google some talking points on it and come back.
do you have something like a more common talking point?
I've got a lot of good talking points. It kind of depends on what topic you want to attack. I talk about the prophecies a lot because I know that Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies, but I also talk about some of the straight up like things that Jesus said that just weren't true, because I think those can be a little bit problematic as well. So like we already pulled, I hate going over it again because we already had it pulled up today. Let me grab one that we haven't done yet today. But we'll start out really easy. There's a really interesting quotation from John 3:13 that reads as follows.
Wait. I just looked something up for the thing in Matthew,
Mhm.
and then okay, this is from Google AI.
Mhm.
Okay, it says that here, the prophecy by calling Jesus out of Egypt as a child is essentially drawing a parallel between God's love for Israel, represented as a child in Hosea, and God's love for Jesus as his son.
But the child gets punished in Hosea 11. Did Jesus get punished?
Wait, didn't he get punished?
I mean, by humans. Theoretically, you could say, yeah, but the prophecy of Hosea 11 is about the destruction of a nation, which is not a terrible parallel. You're right. But the question is it a prophecy? Because the New Testament calls it a prophecy.
I mean, one way it's like a prophecy. Wait, out of Egypt I call my son. That was like in the non-prophecy part, right?
Yep.
So I don't think this is saying like, oh, like this is a fulfillment of that sentence. This is just drawing the parallel between like Jesus and Israel.
Right, but the problem is that the text from Hosea has like an actual meaning, right? And the spot that it pulled from wasn't a prophecy. And Matthew said that Jesus was taken into Egypt and then subsequently left Egypt in order to fulfill the words of the prophet. Like, you can't fulfill something if it's not a prophecy, can you?
Okay,
How do you fulfill a non-prophecy?
I guess if it's like if you stay literally like that. Wait, I thought isn't he just drawing a parallel here? By like when he says he fulfilled the prophecy, it's just like a literary effect.
I mean, but that's like a meaningless, just to say, look, there's some words on a page over here that sound similar to something else. Like, you wouldn't expect that kind of evidence to fly for any other Messiah, would you? Like, if I said that there's some words in Deuteronomy 18 that remind me of Joseph Smith, would you accept that that was a prophecy about Joseph Smith?
Well, I don't believe in Joseph Smith, so that's
Right.
probably the main reason I wouldn't accept that.
So you're willing to accept bad hermeneutics based on what you already believe, not based on what the text says, right? See, I don't mean to pick on you, but I bring this up only because if you're willing to accept like a bad framework for interpreting texts for one person, you have to accept it for all people, or else you're being, you're special pleading for one thing and not another.
I guess my main problem with the verse in Matthew is the word fulfilled, because I feel like it sounds like, oh, this is like a prophecy, and this thing that Joseph did and like that happened to Jesus fulfills it. But I think to go any deeper than that, I would have to like look into the original language and like think about it more.
Yeah, that's fine. I think this will hold true for all the prophecies in the Gospels about Jesus. You'll find that over and over again, Matthew and John say that something was done in order to fulfill the words of the prophet. But like to fulfill the words of a prophet has a meaning, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What does it mean to fulfill the words of a prophet?
Okay. I mean, technically, like he fulfilled the words of the prophet because he came out of Egypt, but here the prophets like only talk like in the context of Hosea, he's talking about like a long time ago with like Israel and like when they came out of Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
But like fulfill here probably just means that like it just happened.
Yeah, in order to what, right? What's the goal of fulfilling?
Like someone made a prophecy and then it happened in the future.
Exactly, yes, you fulfilled the predictions.
And like, isn't that what happened here then? Because
Nope, there's no prediction.
I mean, I'm kind of happy with just the parallelism thing, but I don't think I have anything else to say on that. So we could probably talk about the other thing you were saying.
Fair enough. My contention is that there's no actual prophecies that Jesus fulfilled, not even one of them, which is kind of a problem because like the Old Testament does tell you that a Messiah is going to come, and then it tells you what to expect. And if Jesus came and didn't fulfill any of those things, then like why would I believe that he's the Messiah?
Wait, what about like in Isaiah? I feel like those are more easier to talk about.
Yeah, like Isaiah chapter 7. But the virgin birth?
The exact chapter. Sure. So Isaiah chapter 7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's like the thing, like what's wrong with the virgin birth part?
Oh, easy. Awesome. So in the context of Isaiah chapter 7, the prophet is being sent to King Ahaz, and he's being sent to King Ahaz because his kingdom's under attack by the Northern Alliance between the Arameans and also the Israelites in the north, because the kingdom split. Judah and the Northern Israelites are no longer together. Johnny, thank you for the 666 over Cash App. I just saw that right now. Big W, Johnny Barrios. I appreciate that. So the king is afraid that his kingdom's going to fall, and God wants to send him reassurance that the kingdom's not going to fall. And the first message comes in verse 3, and then it concludes in verse 9. And the conclusion of the first prophecy is, if you do not stand firm in your faith, you will not stand at all. Cool. Now we get to verse 10, which is the important part for this discussion. So Isaiah goes to King Ahaz a second time to give him another message. And it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is about a child that's actually already conceived, and before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kingdoms that are attacking King Ahaz are going to be wiped out.
Wait, but before he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. Right.
Right. So the prophecy is to the king.
Wait, is Ahaz like one of the? He's like one of the bad kings from the Book of Kings, right?
He
Or is that
was
someone else?
he wasn't great. No. he wasn't like a terrible king, but he certainly wasn't a good one. He made some alliances that he shouldn't have made. And Curtis, welcome in. Thank you for the hand hearts, buddy.
So okay, so your point here is because like Jesus wasn't born before the two kings were deserted.
No, what I'm saying is the prophecy is a prophecy to King Ahaz, and it's about two other kings that are attacking him, right? It says, before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is about these two kings.
Yeah.
King Pekah and King Reason.
Okay, I guess that is kind of confusing.
It's not confusing. It's actually very clear. It's only confusing when you see what the New Testament is trying to do with it. Because the New Testament thinks it's about Jesus when it's not. Like when you read it in the original context, it's very clear. God's just saying, listen, there's a woman who's already pregnant. She's about to give birth. And before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that you're afraid of, they're going to be wiped out. So the child's he's only a timeline. He's not a Messiah.
Yeah, I guess in Isaiah, like in the story, God is like clearly not talking about. But like, doesn't Jesus also like fulfill like the parts where it says like, "Oh, house of David," and like the virgin birth and like Emmanuel?
Well, there's no virgin birth in Isaiah, is what I'm saying. The woman is referred to as ha'amah in Hebrew, which means a young woman, and she's already conceived. The adjective tied to it is hara, which just means pregnant. She's already pregnant.
Wait, so the virgin's not referring to Mary?
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's no virgin in Isaiah 7:14. So in the Hebrew text, it just says that she's a young woman. Now, there's a Greek edition of it that uses the word parthenos, which a lot of times does mean virgin, which is why Matthew screwed it up. Matthew didn't know how to read Hebrew. He was reading a Greek translation of it. And in the Greek translation, he saw the word parthenos and just assumed that it meant a literal virgin. But even in the Greek Septuagint, we've got instances where a parthenos is not a virgin. And at the time that Isaiah would have been translated into Greek, we've got lots of examples in literature of parthenos not referring to literal virgins. Matthew just wasn't aware of it.
Oh. Okay, I think with prophecies, I'm just too stunned to speak. Can
I'm
we,
sorry.
like, talk about?
It's jarring the first time you go through it. I get it. Let me read one more passage with you. I don't want to beat you up because you've been very good, and I know this is like you're seeing a lot of new things all at once. So we can move off the prophecy discussion, but let me ask you a question. Would you expect that like the God of the Old Testament would give laws that were like good, like being that he's all just?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Would you expect that the God of the Old Testament would endorse blood vengeance? Do you know what blood vengeance is?
I mean, I don't know what your exact definition, but it sounds like violence or like death.
A little bit, yeah. So blood vengeance is this idea where like if somebody kills a member in my family, I get to kill a member in their family. That's called blood vengeance.
Yeah, I think
Right.
that might be part of the Old Testament law, but I'm not completely sure.
Yeah, it is. It shows up right after the flood, and then we learn that God's not actually playing because he enacts it in 2 Samuel 21. So there's really funny. Yeah, 2 Samuel 21. There's a really fun episode there. It says,
I like just went over the passage
Mhm.
in like at church.
It's a fun passage.
Okay, wait, go ahead.
Right. Okay. So we'll start out
Like,
easy.
what are you gonna
It says there was famine in the days of David for 3 years. Year after year, David inquired of the Lord, and the Lord said, "There is blood guilt on Saul and on his house because he put the Gibeonites to death," which is, according to Joshua chapter 9, they were actually supposed to protect the Gibeonites, not kill them. And Saul didn't get the memo. Saul was like, "I'm going to kill some of them anyways," right? So God is like, listen, Saul did something very bad. So he sends a famine on the land. Now he's making everybody suffer for Saul's crime, even though they didn't do it. And David has to inquire for 3 years straight before God actually gives him an answer. When God answers him, it's really interesting. God just says, "Hey, listen, there's blood guilt on Saul." So how do we fix the blood guilt situation, right? Well, there's some dialogue between King David and the Gibeonites, and the solution that they come up with starts in chapter 6. It says, "Let 7 of his sons be handed over to us, and we will impale them before the Lord at Gibeon on the mountain of the Lord." And the king said, "I will hand them over." So they hand over 7 members of Saul's household. They get executed and they get hung up, impaled. And then it says in verse 14, after they're dead, right? It says they did all that the king commanded, and after that, God heeded the supplication for the land. Meaning, God sent a famine on the land, made everybody suffer, and then once blood vengeance was enacted and 7 random members of Saul's household were impaled, God was like, "Okay, finally, I'll let the kids have food."
Right. Okay, I guess like one like common theme is that like in the book of Samuel that like I took away is like God's sovereignty, which just means that okay, I don't know if I can explain what it means, but so when he says like puts the famine in the land and like says there's blood guilt on Saul and on his house, so he's punishing the people who are like suffering from the famine.
Yeah, famine makes
And
people suffer, right?
yeah,
Okay. And
and
it's indiscriminate, right?
right, but I guess technically speaking, like no one is innocent because like we don't know like what the Gibeonites did or like how like why God has also punished them, but
Right, but if like God can just randomly harm people because nobody is innocent, then that means his system of justice is arbitrary.
well, I wouldn't say it's like randomly harmed, but wait, so like the main problem here you're saying is like God shouldn't have punished the Gibeonites?
No, I don't think God punished the Gibeonites. The Gibeonites were the ones that King Saul was executing, and God punished the Israelites, right?
Yeah, but aren't the Israelites like pretty disobedient like in general?
Yeah, but
So
like, again, like all human beings are disobedient. Like there's not a single human being that's not disobedient. So if you're just saying, well, it's okay for them to be punished because they're not perfect, well, then God's system of justice is arbitrary because nobody's perfect. If we deserve famine for being imperfect, then everybody should be under famine all the time.
right, that I mean, because like the point of the New Testament is like the wages of sin, like the wages of being imperfect is like are bad.
Sure.
But
Who sets those wages?
God did.
Are they just or are they arbitrary?
I mean, they're just because like God set them.
If God was unjust, could you know it?
Uh, if God is unjust, could I know it?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not. Wait, what do you
Right.
mean by unjust?
Yeah, like
Because
if
there's like
so. This is kind of why I bring up that question, because
just
I'm
by,
gonna like bring up some horrific stuff from the Bible, and you're just gonna say, "Well, it's just because God did it," and that's cool. So like you're now assuming that God is just, but that's not like you have no reason to assume it. You just assume it because it's part of your doctrine. Like in real life, if there was a God and the God was evil and wanted to hurt people, could you know that that God was evil?
but God's not evil.
It's a hypothetical though. If there was a God and the God was evil, do you have the capability of knowing?
No.
Right. Because in your worldview, you actually don't know what good and bad is. You just you presuppose that your God is the definition of good, which means you don't know what good is.
Wait, because if I define like good, like God is good,
Mhm.
because wouldn't that just be what I know good is? Good as is?
Right, but what you know is good is not what God does. Like God says you can own slaves. God says that if you rape a woman, all you have to do is pay the bride price. God says that if women don't bleed on their wedding night, that you can execute them. So like God also has 10 of David's wives brutally raped for a sin that he committed. Like I know in your brain these are all bad things, but you're about to say that when God does them, they're good things because God can't do bad things, which
Wait,
means you actually don't know what good is.
I don't think those are good things. I think
So
in some
God did
those
bad things.
examples, like okay, I forget like what everything in your list.
Sorry, I'm
I
sorry.
don't remember.
I didn't mean to give you a whole list. Yeah. We'll
But
start out easy.
some of
In Second Samuel, God has 10 of David's wives raped for his sin. That's not good, right?
wait, I kind of remember that.
Mhm.
Wait, which chapter do you remember?
Chapter 12 is when the prophecy is given, and it's fulfilled in chapter 16.
Wait, was this with Absalom or was this another time?
You got it, with Absalom. Yep. So God says, because of David's sin, he's going to raise up trouble within David's household, and he's going to have his wives taken before his very eyes, and they're going to be slept with in broad daylight.
Okay, so I mean here God is punishing David for his sin, right?
Mm-hmm. And who's taking the punishment?
David and his concubines.
Exactly, yeah. But they didn't commit the sin. David did.
Yeah. But isn't David also getting punished because like that's like a big humiliation for him?
Did David get raped? That'd be the right
No.
punishment, is if somebody took David and slept with him in broad daylight against his will.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of ways to punish David.
Is there ever a case in which a woman should be raped for the crimes of her husband?
Okay, I probably wouldn't do that, like allow that.
Right. So you instinctively know that this is bad, but you're trying to find ways that somehow it's not bad when God does it. This is the cognitive dissonance that people talk about.
Because isn't this also partly Absalom's fault? Like,
Sure.
because he's like the person who like started this or like caused this.
Yeah, and God says he's doing it. God says in verse 11, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes. So God's the one causing it to happen. If God didn't cause it to happen, it wouldn't have.
I mean, okay. I'm gonna try to explain this. I feel like in the Bible, there's like always like there's a distinction between, because like technically speaking, since God like created the world and he like knows exactly what's gonna happen, like you can say like everything like that's happened on earth is like God had that happen, right?
So did God say he's going to punish David or no?
Yeah, he did say that he's gonna punish David,
Okay, so
but
who caused the punishment to happen?
who caused the,
Mm-hmm.
because wouldn't that be David then, because he's like he chose to sin, and then
Nope.
that'll also be partly be Absalom's fault and like his brother who like started this whole thing.
Nope. It would be God's fault. God's the one that caused it to happen. God says, I will do this thing. Meaning, David sinned, and God said, because of your sin, I'm going to cause something to happen. So David's sin is irrelevant to what happened to the women, because God is the one deciding the consequences. And I'll give you a good example. So, for example, in modern times, like when somebody's in an abusive relationship, and a guy like beats up on his wife, and he's like, you made me do it. You shouldn't have yelled at me. Okay, well, the fact that your wife yelled at you is one thing, but you don't have to beat up on her because she yelled at you. That's another thing. They're unrelated. So the fact that David's sin is actually not related, like God didn't have to punish David in this particular manner or the 10 women.
But I feel like this is like blaming God for like human sin.
No,
Because
God says he's causing it to happen.
yeah, but he like says he's causing it to happen,
Mhm.
but like at the end of the day, like these people are like making these decisions, right? Like Absalom, like saying,
That's not in the text. God is the one causing it to happen. He's raising up the trouble. So God influenced it. Just like when the Israelites left Egypt, God predisposed the Egyptians towards the Israelites so that they would give them like the gold and the silver and whatnot as they were leaving.
but like
God is
like
like stepping on people's free will all the time in the Bible.
it's like on one hand, like from our perspective, like it's us making these decisions, but like in the perspective of like the story and like from God's perspective, like this, like he's like punishing them for their sin.
Let me ask you a question. If David never sinned, if he never slept with Bathsheba, would this still have happened to his 10 wives?
I mean, we wouldn't know, right?
Well, I mean, according
Because
to the text, why is it happening?
according to the text, it's because he's slept with Bathsheba.
That's right. Okay. So the thing is happening because he slept with Bathsheba, right? So if he never slept with
Yeah,
Bathsheba, we could conclude that he wouldn't get punished for sleeping with Bathsheba, right?
but that would just be like speculation, right? Because we don't know if
No,
like the other.
the text says so. It says, because you have done this thing, God is going to raise up trouble within his own house, right?
Yeah, but that wouldn't imply that because you don't do this thing, then this wouldn't happen.
Just to be clear, what you're entailing there is that God would do this punishment for no reason.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just, what I'm saying is that, well, I'm just answering the original question. Like would this happen if, like David didn't sleep with Bathsheba?
Right. Because the events that are transpiring are a punishment. God is punishing David and the wives for what David did, meaning if he didn't do the thing, the punishment wouldn't have been enacted.
Wait, but that doesn't like logically follow though,
Sure it does.
because you're saying like if A implies B, that doesn't imply that if not A implies not B.
It's not an implication at all. God said, I am causing this to happen because you did a thing. So it's
Also,
something. Oh, what's up, Jeff?
just the logical form there is a little reversed. We're saying if A implies B, meaning if you sleep with Bathsheba, you get punished. Now, the not B, that's just modus tollens, would imply not A.
Wait, so you're saying if God, okay, if David like killed Bathsheba's husband and committed adultery, then this whole thing would happen. And then you're saying that if this thing didn't happen, then that means David didn't sin.
Correct.
Wait. So what are you saying then?
Well, there would be no reason for the punishment, right?
Yeah, but like
So,
maybe like
Ray, I want
David.
to. Ray, I don't want to like be hard on you. I'm really trying to work with you here, but I want you to listen back. This is going to be reserved. It's going to be recorded on YouTube forever. I want you to look at this conversation a day or two, a week from now, and look at some of the pretzeling that you're doing right now. You're basically saying that the text isn't actually a punishment, that God didn't actually do it, that it was actually Absalom and not God's doing. But the text literally states that God is the one causing it to happen.
Wait, okay. I think why can't both be true though? Like this is a punishment from God, but
Right.
it's also caused by Absalom.
But it doesn't matter. God is the one that influenced Absalom to do it. God is the one that caused it to happen. Meaning if God didn't cause it to happen, then it wouldn't have happened. And if it would have happened anyways, like if it would have happened independent of God's intervention, then that means God isn't doing the thing that he said he did.
Wait, what do you mean God like influenced? Are you saying like God forced Absalom to like go on this whole?
God influenced it, yeah. That's why he says, I will raise up trouble against you. God is causing the trouble to be raised up. He says, within your own house, and I will take your wives. I will take your wives. God is doing it before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. He shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. Why? Because, so he's saying this is happening because of your sin. You did it in secret, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. So what's happening to David is a result of what David did, not a result of like Absalom existing.
Yeah. So David is getting punished because of what he did. And then like Absalom is also like doing things that aren't like doing like also
I'm aware
getting punished.
because God is causing it to happen. We all know Absalom is the one like at the helm actually making the turns. He's the one enforcing what God wants. Well, the text says that God is the thing causing it to happen.
But Absalom wouldn't be
God influenced him to do the thing. If he would have done it independent of God's influencing, then that means God is lying because God is saying, I'm doing it. So at some point, you have to conclude that God's words mean what they mean. Was God
Okay,
causing it to happen or not?
I think God is saying that like he's punishing David by like allowing this to happen, right?
Okay, so whether you say he's allowing it or causing it is irrelevant. God is saying it's happening because I'm causing it to happen.
Yes.
He said, I will do this thing. I'm doing the thing. That's just how words work.
But I don't know if I can.
Well, right, let me give you a really good example. Everlast, thank you for the galaxy, by the way. Big W. Everlasting Gobstopper. If I said, listen, I'm going to execute Bob, and then I go out and I pay Charlie to execute Bob. Am I at fault?
You were going to execute Bob, and then you, yes.
Okay, exactly, because I'm the one that I was participating. I instigated it, and if I hadn't have paid Charlie to execute Bob, it wouldn't have happened. That's what's happening here. You're trying to blame Charlie when God was the one who paid Charlie. God was the one that's causing it to happen.
I feel like it's different here because it's like
It's
God
literally
and
not.
then,
God says
and then
I'm
like,
causing it to happen. See, this is the crazy part of the conversation, right? I know deep down inside, you see the problem with this passage, and we're all here. Hope there's like 1,000 people here. There's 100, 700 on TikTok, almost 900 on YouTube, and we're rooting for you. We're all here rooting for you to get to the point where you're able to be honest with what the text says.
wait, can I just try to explain just one last time?
Mhm.
Okay, so technically, like everything that happens on Earth, like God caused to happen.
Oh, so then
But
God's even more of a monster because that means God sent everyone to hell. He caused it to happen.
well, I wouldn't say God is a monster,
Well,
but
if he's killing people, sending them to the hellfire for things that he predestined them to do, then yeah.
Just to
okay,
get clear, did you say that what you're saying is that God caused everything to happen on earth?
because since he like created the Earth and he knows like exactly what's going to happen to everyone, like since the beginning. So like from that perspective, like everything that happens on Earth, like God
Did
caused
he
to happen.
cause did he cause David to sleep with Bathsheba?
But that's like the problem here. Because
You
for us,
found it. Yeah, you did.
yeah, no, for like, but like that isn't like a productive thing like for us to like consider when we're like conducting like our own lives, right? Because
We
yeah,
don't
like
disagree with you. In your worldview, there is no free will. God is in charge of everything. He caused everything to be, which means the fact that he's punishing people for the things that he caused is weird.
okay, I think free will is like kind of misleading because like again, like I said, since God knows exactly what's gonna happen, like we don't have like from God's perspective, we don't have any free will, but like from our perspective, we have free will because
Not if
like there's
God
nothing we
caused
can
it.
do about. Yeah, but like
So
there's nothing we can do about like what God like preordained. So like for us, the application is to like live a like obedient life, like live a godly or like a holy life.
so you're saying that what David did with Bathsheba was a bad thing, and that's why he got punished. Is that correct?
Yeah, but like from
Was
for him, it
was
was like
what
his free will.
real quick? Just what Absalom did, was that a bad thing?
Yeah.
Does God know that that was a bad thing?
Uh, yeah.
Where was his punishment?
Didn't Absalom like get heavily like he was? Wait, I think
He
someone stabbed him.
he
He
died
got
in
stuck in
war.
a tree.
Yeah, his hair got caught in a tree and he died with the enemy. But I think this also is missing the plot, which is that the women were the ones that got raped.
Okay, Loki, I don't have a response for the women because that does sound
Because there's
pretty
no,
unjust.
I know there's no response for it. I know.
But I feel like if we asked like a Bible scholar, they'd be able to respond better than me.
I don't think they do. I know all the responses from the Bible scholars because I went to school with them. They were my
Wait,
teachers when I was in school.
what's like the accepted response for like this particular passage in 2 Samuel?
They ignore it. If you go to most commentaries on the Old Testament, they just ignore these difficult passages in hopes that nobody else sees them.
Okay, wait, 2 Samuel. Mm,
The commentary in my Bible says, in its current context, this and the following chapter reflects a. Oh, I'm in. That's 13. There we go. David's punishment. Let's see. There is some textual support here. Blah 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 for how daughters, the sword. Blah, blah. David's sin is transferred, not put away, to his newborn son, who dies because of it. So there's actually not a note on this. It talks about all the stuff in this chapter and completely ignores the fact that the women are going to get punished. That's in my study Bible, because the people doing these commentaries aren't really interested in addressing the difficult stuff. Now, I'm sure you're going to find an apologetics website that talks about it, but
I'm on r
Transferring sin to a newborn is crazy work.
I know, right?
The people here are saying, it seems like what we're seeing here is that David's sin hurt multiple people, as sin tends to do.
Right, but
And then
that's not a natural consequence of his sin. What happened to the wives were a punishment for David's sin. God is the one that caused it.
I think like God quote unquote caused it, like as far as like the fact that he like created earth and caused everything.
Well,
But
then you're back at the same argument that we were talking about before, which is that God shouldn't be punishing anybody for anything if God wasn't the cause it to happen.
wait, why
If-
can't God punish people?
If God caused David to sleep with Bathsheba, then why is he punishing David if he caused it?
I feel like we're using the word cause like very lightly. I feel like
No. I mean,
Because
the word
cause is
cause
a-
isn't like a difficult word. It's the thing that causes another thing to, like, it's the effect. Sorry, let me find a better word for this. The cause is something that is preceding the effect that the effect wouldn't have happened otherwise.
If you're saying like God caused everything by creating the universe, like he made a huge Rube Goldberg machine and walked away, that's not the sense in which God caused the rape of the women. Like he's making a direct claim, like, hey, I'm doing this directly.
okay, but what is like I'm doing this directly like mean like in
Means
God's
he's
like,
causing it
God's
to happen.
perspective?
God, this is the problem with your position. You keep wanting to remove blame from God for what happened to the women, but God himself says, I'm going to do it. He says, I'm doing it. God blames himself. So at some point you have to be honest with what the words on the page are saying.
Yeah.
Is God lying when he says, I'm going to cause this thing to happen?
No, I agree with that part. Like he says that he's going to like he literally states that I will like cause this to happen. But
So
like the
did God
reason
cause
that
it to happen or not?
like he's like he caused it to happen because David sinned.
Right. Did God cause it to happen or not?
Yeah.
Okay, so then God is the one that caused the women to be raped. It was a punishment. That's how this works. And I just checked
No.
the Oxford Bible commentary, and they ignored the rape of the women as well.
No, the point is like David's the one that caused this to happen.
Nope.
'Cause-
David didn't. David didn't cause the women to be raped. God did.
wait, David did because he's the one who sinned, so God
David
like,
sinned.
punished him.
David didn't choose the punishment. God did.
But the punishment was a result of his sin, right? 'Cause
Right,
if
but who
David-
decided what the result of the sin would be?
God did.
That means God's responsible for what happened.
Okay, I guess that's probably where we disagree then.
No, it's
Let
not.
me ask you this.
That's not where we disagree. If my son goes to school and he punches another kid at school, it might be true that he punched somebody at school, but that doesn't mean I get to set him on fire when he gets home. I'm still a bad dad if I set my son on fire, regardless if my son does something bad. God is
You're
still a
all,
terrible God if he has people raped because somebody else did something bad.
you're also a bad dad if, like, instead of punishing your son, you punish his brother.
Right.
Like, think about this, Ray. Could God have just given David a direct punishment that didn't involve raping 10 women?
Wait, let me read this other guy's interpretation. So, okay,
What's the other guy's name?
I don't know. It's just some random dude.
Okay.
His username's not shown.
Oh, in the
Okay,
comments?
yeah.
Okay.
I'm just like reading a post.
Okay.
Okay, their king is on the run, disgraced. They've been left behind to manage the house. So this is referring to
Chapter 16.
David's.
And
Yeah.
I bet you $10 he's about to say that it was voluntary and not rape. Is he about to do rape apologetics?
No. They said they're pretty upset that David abandoned them to be killed by Absalom, and then Absalom and concubines them to himself. So Absalom takes David's concubines,
And why did all this happen?
and then instead of being murdered, they managed to like get their former job back under new management.
That's not what happened.
What a blessed
Under
relief that
new
must have been for them.
Is like, that's a labor of Lucifer right there, if I've ever seen one.
Because I mean, here what happened was they went from being concubines to David to being concubines to Absalom, right?
No, they weren't. And in chapter 20, the women are back under David's authority, and they are being put away because David can no longer sleep with them because they've been defiled according to Deuteronomy 24. If they voluntarily slept with Absalom, they would have been murdered. The penalty for adultery is murder.
Oh,
so they were
okay,
raped.
That's like a detail I didn't think about.
Listen, I know this is a difficult passage. I know this is probably your first time thinking about this thing in depth, and I know right now, like you're desperately like fighting to not admit that God did something bad. But I really hope that you think about this over the next few days and ask yourself why you're so unwilling to be honest with the text just to preserve your dogma. Like, if you read this in the Quran, would you be bending over backwards to find a way that it wasn't so bad? Or would you just say, that's horseshit?
Oh, I'm not sure. I feel like I wouldn't accept things in the Quran for like other reasons, but.
Right. What I'm saying is you're giving a special pass to this text because you believe in this religion, but you wouldn't give a pass to any other holy book. Like in Nephi, 2 Nephi chapter 5 in the Book of Mormon says that God made people's skin dark as a punishment so that they would no longer be white and delightsome and they wouldn't be enticing to his people. If you read that in the Bible, you'd be finding a reason to justify it. But the fact that it's in the Book of Mormon, you can just say, well, that's horseshit, right?
Wait. That does sound pretty bad.
It sounds just as bad as the text we're reading now, right? So the fact of the matter is, when it's in another holy book, you're very capable of saying, well, that's horrible. And but when it's in the Bible, you're going to bend over backwards to justify it. You're not being intellectually honest with all the books. You're giving one book special treatment.
Okay, I guess one more small point about like the concubines that these people are bringing up. He said that. Okay, actually, never mind. This is gonna get me canceled. I'm not gonna read this guy.
Reading randos on the internet's not a great path anyways.
Yeah, let's not do the misogyny during Women's History Month.
Right.
Okay, but I feel like
Wait, is it Women's History Month? Holy shit!
do
I didn't. How come no one told me? Listen,
you have anything?
I'm gonna be doing feminist talking points all month now. Thank you for letting me know.
Got you, fam.
Okay, do you have like any like quick points you could talk about in the New Testament? Because I feel like I could probably explain those better.
Sure. What kind of things?
Speaking of the New Testament, I am going to transfigure myself into a pumpkin.
That's right, Jeff. I'm going to bed after this gets too. I'm getting tired.
I guess
But
like
I'll chat with you later, Justin.
Thank you so
Keep
much,
up
Jeff.
the fight, Ray. You're doing great.
Have a great night, guys. Make sure you're following Jeff if you're not already following Jeff. All right. So we talk about this passage a lot because it's one of my favorite passages from the New Testament, and I think it kind of clearly demonstrates the problem with Jesus. In
okay.
Matthew 16, Jesus talks about his second coming, and he says, let me grab, this is a more exact wording. He says, the Son of Man will come with the glory of his angels. In the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he will reward each according to his works. Assuredly, I say to you, there are some standing here who shall not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So Jesus is basically just predicting that his second coming is going to happen before all of these people standing there are dead.
Truly I say there are some standing who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming into his kingdom.
Mhm.
Okay.
And this is described pretty clearly in Matthew 24 and Matthew 25, when he says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory with all the angels. Well, if you go to Matthew 25, you can see what that means. So in Matthew 25, down in 31, he says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the holy angels with him, same thing he said before, he will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate them one from another as a shepherd divides his sheep from the goats. So that's the second coming, that's the judgment.
Uh-huh.
So,
And then
mhm.
so the issue here is because he said that there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man.
Mhm.
Like that part.
Mhm. He actually does this on 3 different occasions too. This is not an isolated incident.
Okay. Okay, Loki. The article
It's a
on
tough
this
one.
long man.
We covered a lot of ground today, Ray.
Dude, I don't think. Okay, there's like a whole like article about this specific
I know.
passage and like that specific quote, but
I know.
I don't want to read this.
I already
So-
know all the bad apologetics for it. I've read them.
Okay, what's like the apologetic for that, like that verse that you know?
There's like 3 different apologetics. The first apologetic is that it's not referring to his second coming, but it clearly is, because every time Jesus talks about his second coming, it's exactly as described here, identical to what's described here, actually. So we know it's about the second coming. Some people will say, well, it's referring to the second death, not the physical death, but that can't be true, because in Revelation 21, the second death doesn't come until after the second coming. So chronologically, it doesn't work out. Some people will say, well, you know, as it turned out, John is still alive. Yeah, listen, if you think the Apostle John is still alive, you got a lot of problems. But also, the word some doesn't mean one. He said, surely I say to you, there are some standing here who will not taste death, meaning there has to be more than one of them that is still alive when Jesus comes back. So those are the usual talking points. There's one other talking point that says that it's referring to the transfiguration, but none of this happened at the transfiguration. Jesus didn't come in the glory of his Father with all of his angels and punish everybody for their works or reward them according to their works.
Okay, I'm just going to read this part. It says, in order to come to an understanding of the saying, we must again be reminded that when Jesus speaks of the coming of the Son of Man, he's purposefully alluding to Daniel 7:13 through 14.
Yep, I agree.
And again, we must recall that the coming of the Son of Man in Daniel 7 is set within the judgment scene before the throne of God.
Yes.
Unlike the saying in Matthew 10:23, the saying in 16:28 is found in the immediate context of words regarding judgment. So the point that Jesus is making when he says that there are some standing here who will not die before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom is that there are some to whom he's speaking who will not die before the prophecy of Daniel 7 is fulfilled.
Nailed it.
Jesus received.
Yep. We're in violent agreement.
Wait. Is this article supporting me or going against me?
Is agreeing with what I said.
Wait. Okay, here's the next paragraph. Okay, never mind. I wish there were like shorter.
I get it. Well, listen, Ray, it's getting late, and I don't know if you might want to take some time and read some sources on this and come back. I'll be live again on Wednesday and Friday and Sunday, roughly the same times, around 6 o'clock. Come back anytime you want to. I'd love to go over some of the apologetics that you learned for these passages, and we can talk about the apologetic responses. I'll let you know ahead of time. I already know what they are. And I already have responses to all of them. But would love to continue this conversation.
Oh, all right. Thanks for letting me come up.
Sure thing.
I might come back, but we'll see if I can find you again. But
that's right. All right, have a good one. Yeah, chat, you're right. He was a nice kid. It's why it's so painful to watch him go through that level of cognitive dissonance, because I don't want him to do that. I want him to be able to be honest with what the text says rather than try to turn himself into pretzels. But it is what it is. Little Penguin, thank you so much for the super chat. Big W says, referencing other gods, wouldn't Exodus 22 suggest that there are other gods just by saying no other gods before me? Yes, that is the case. And I've got one even better for you. If you go to Exodus chapter 12, he tells you that there are other gods. He says he's going to judge the gods of Egypt, right? Give me a second to find it. Where to see? Should be right about here. There we go. Yeah, 12:12. Said, I will pass through the land of Egypt on that night, and I will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment. So the Old Testament is more henotheistic than monotheistic, but you're right, you nailed it. Not putting any other gods before me implies that there are other gods to put before him. And Evan, thank you for the super chat. It says, apparently God is beyond our understanding, incorporeal, ethereal, but has gender, and he's male. Religion might be man-made, but no foreskins, damn it. So I did a background. I haven't ran it yet. Basically saying that God is trans, so we can specifically talk about this topic, which is the Bible and Christianity is hell-bent on making sure that God is a man. But it also, Christians also think that he's immaterial. So you can't have a gender and be immaterial unless you want to rethink what you think gender is. Unashamed, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And JMR, again, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, you're going to party like a banger rager, and you have to choose one biblical character to take with you. Who do you go with and why? Okay, give me a second to think on that, because that's a really good question. If I've got to go to a party and I get to pick one biblical character to go with me, there's a lot of fun people in the Bible that I could take with me. I'm thinking maybe I'm gonna go with JL. JL might be the biggest badass in the Bible. Just the fact that she's like willing to lure in like the enemy into her tent in the middle of an army or middle of a battle with an invading army, and then like, oh, we'll wait for him to fall asleep and stab him in the head and brutally murder him. She's some kind of badass for sure. So maybe I would take JL. We'll see. That's a tough question. There's so many other options that I think would be good too. Thank you for the question. All right. Small Johnson again says, will God's wrath be fiery foreskins falling from heaven? Can you imagine? It's like that talking llamas cartoon. Just foreskins on fire falling from heaven. A llama just saying, Carl. Oh boy. Yeah, I can envision it. If you guys don't know Llamas with Hats, make sure you look it up. It's a wonderful nostalgic series at this point. Llamas with Hats is one of my favorites though. Space Lords, thank you for the super chat. It says in response to the free will defense, if God doesn't intervene to stop evil because he wants to allow free will, why do we intervene? Do we know better than God? Such a good point. And I don't bring it up often enough, but you're right. If God isn't intervening in evil, then why would we expect that we should intervene in the evil? It's a really good question, and I think it kind of shows the problem with the thought process. JMR, again, thank you so much. I really appreciate the super chat, buddy. It says, thank you, Almighty Doug, for blessing us with your holy compassion and late night cuddles. Big W. It says, please forgive these Christians for worshiping Paul and forgetting the previous 714 pages. P.S. Love you, chat. We're so overdue. We really need to do a topic on you're not a real Christian, you're a Paul follower or something of that nature. I think that would be pretty good because most Christians don't realize that Paul and Jesus disagree. Evan says Absalom should have been looked at oh my God, he should have been looking at the trees. You're 100% right. I didn't click our look at the trees counter. I need to click it, but I don't think I have it on this stream. ZM, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, I've learned a lot from you. Well, I really appreciate that. I'm going to try to keep learning more so I can, we can all grow together. And Watching the Nation says, do you know Gutley or Goot von Sloot? I don't, but I feel like this is a joke that I'm unaware of, and now I want to know what Goot von Sloot means. If I Google this, am I going to get taken down? Do you guys know what this means? You guys know I'm a boomer. There's lots of stuff I don't know. I'm afraid to Google this. Goot von Sloot sounds terrible. It's not Googleable either. Yeah, I don't know what it means, but it sounds dirty. I'm going to start using that for dirty names, Goot von Sloot. And Walking Bones, thank you so much for the super chat. So I just want the chat to imagine making scale armor out of foreskins at the end of the night. God's got so many foreskins, guys. Think of all the things you can do with a foreskin if you're God, and you've got an infinite amount of foreskins. Which brings me to Noah again. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Rumpelstiltskin spun straw into gold. Maybe God wants the wrinkled foreskins to turn water into golden showers. Oh God. We went from foreskins to golden showers. I did not know that it would take this turn. The conversation is starting to take the piss out of me, as they say, pun intended. This is a wild turn of situation here at this point. So God did invent the rain and all showers, and obviously foreskins as well. So I have to conclude that, yeah, he certainly could send down a rain of foreskins. He did send things from the heavens to the earth during the episode of Sodom and Gomorrah. Who's to say that foreskins weren't part of the showers? I mean, think about this. God wanted Abraham to snip to tip. And when he rained down fire from heaven, what better of a reminder to remind Abraham not to be wicked like the Sodomites than to include a barrage of foreskins with the destruction of Sodom? It makes perfect sense. I don't see a problem with this logic. And last one, thank you, JMR, so much for the super chat. It says, bro, I'm eating. I hope you're not eating tips right now. We could make that a new cereal, though. I feel like something about tips could definitely be a name of a new cereal. What would we call it? But what would you call a breakfast cereal about foreskins? That's the question of the week. It's crazy. This conversation's gone so far off the rails. Just tips. Oh my God. Oh. All right. Okay. Guys, skin thins? Holy shit. Skin thins. Skin thins. Listen, that's the flaky tips. Oh my God. What frosted tips? Frosted tips. This is wild. This is wild. These are some of the best names I've heard of. Sugar tips. Oh yeah, definitely sugar tips. Oh my gosh. Okay. You got a lot of good ones here. They're on sale. Buy them now before they're gone. And last super chat, Everlasting Gobstopper, thank you so much. He says, I find it so hilarious the Catholic Church has debates about what happened to the Jesus foreskin after his ascension. Someone actually claimed that the holy foreskin became the rings of Saturn. You're 100% right. I totally forgot about that. Tippy-O's. We got more cereals coming in. These are amazing suggestions. Tippy-O's, crispy tips. Oh, flaming foreskins. That'd be like what are they, like the pig rinds? Like the flaming pig rind thing at flaming foreskins. What you can also compare them, probably look a lot like chitlins if you've ever seen that. Rumple foreskins, frosted foreskins. Yeah, I like these. Cinnamon tip crunch. That's it. You won. Jason Johnson just won. Cinnamon tip crunch. That's the best. I don't know if you that can be topped. Cinnamon tip crunch is off the chain. I'm gonna buy some cinnamon tip crunch for sure. It was wild. Okay, I gotta. Oh wait, I gotta go, guys. Stop sending me super chats. Chubbios, fucking Chubbios is wild. I will definitely pour a bowl of Chubbios. Oh my God. This is wild, guys. This is wild. Tip loops. I'll go with some tip loops. And JMR again, really appreciate all the super chats, JMR. He says, just add condensed milk. That's so bad. I see what you're saying there, but I can't say the words because I'm going to get my live stream banned. But yeah. Condensed milks and snipped tips. Yeah, definitely. All right, guys, listen. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Is anyone live right now? Let me see who's live. Someone's got to be live that we can go raid. All right. Man, I hate this website. The TikTok website is the worst. You can never get to where you're going, and every time you log in, the menu's different. I just want to see who's live. TikTok, show me who's live. Okay, there we go. We got some people that are live right now. Interesting. Not a ton of people live right now, actually, which is interesting. Tiny Smalls is live. Oh, snap. Okay, Tiny Smalls is live. Definitely. Let's go say hi to Tiny Smalls if you haven't known Tiny Smalls. Tiny Smalls does a lot of religious debates, and he's on the philosophical side of things. Let me put him on the screen for everyone. If you're not familiar with my friend Tiny Smalls, he used to go by Tiny's Beard at one point because his account got banned like everybody else. But this is the account to follow, guys. Right here, Tiny Smalls. I see 46 people in the live stream. We got to get that thing open. He's having a good discussion right now in the live stream saying, I don't know what a God is, and I don't think you know too. Such a great title. All right, we got 49 people in the room. Let's bump this thing up. Let's get this thing at least up over 75. I want to see 100 people in this room. We've got like, how many people are watching this on TikTok right now? We've got almost 500 people on TikTok. We got 800 something people on YouTube. Let's band together. Let's support our creators in the community. Go find Tiny Smalls. The handle is tiny_science. Goes by Tiny Smalls. We're at 75. Can we get to 100? Can we get to 100? We're at 77. Let's bump it up, guys. Let's everyone run over and say we got a deconstruction zone raid coming into the Tiny Smalls space. Let's go. Let's get this thing over 100. I'll be joining you in just a minute. In fact, I'll be playing the Tiny Smalls live as I'm getting ready to, lay my head down and sleep for the night. We're at 93, guys. We're so close. 95. We only need 5 more. Please, let's get over there. 99, and we're at it. We're at it. Come on, let's get it. Let's go. 102. All right, guys. I'll see you over there in just a minute. Thank you so much for all the likes and the shares and the comments and the gifts and all the subscriptions and all the super chats. I really appreciate